Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Hey, bum bum bum.
Okay. It looks like the mic works. That's great. I love when that happens. That means we can say hi. It looks like the mic works. It's great when that happens because it means we can say hi. The captions also work. The closed captions shorten the word cuz, like in the way that you would spell it if you were texting, and I kind of love that. Okay. It seems like we have good numbers on the mic, on the encoder, all of the things. Okay, be right there. Welcome. Good day. Happy day of the week. That is Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Let me scroll up and say hi. Hey Baker, I see your name in chat. You redeemed something 6 days ago that's sitting in the request queue, and it didn't work because the bot was not on at that moment. If you would like, I don't know if you redeemed it offline for reasons of your own, but if it's okay with you, I'm going to refund that and just have you do it again. Otherwise, I will. It won't be so quick. But we will do that. Anyway, Enigma. Yes. Sorry to be evasive. I'm just, just a question. Anyway, Baker, good to see you. Sofluff, good to see you. Welcome in. Dan, hello. Dan, good to see you. Baker, I hope you got your coffee. Pledge darling, I love the chicken. The chicken check-in is one of my new favorite things on stream. I feel like there's more. I feel like there's more derivations of the spelling of check-in that we could use that could also be fun. There's quite a few of them in the bot already, though. Anyway, Black Rose Pixie, welcome in. With your first check-in, it's a chicken, and we love that too. That's what I'm saying. Joy is fun. It's fun. I'm getting a lot out of it. Twinderella, welcome in. Welcome in. Lemon, hello. Lemon, I see, I got you. I'm happy to do that. You know, it's real easy. Twitch, of all the things that Twitch makes it easy to do, Twitch makes it real easy to do that. So there you go. Baker, it's okay. You want to do that. Okay, I am refunding. Go ahead and redeem that again whenever you want. There you go. It should redeem instantly. It really should. Did it work? Did it work? Oh my god, my phone is blowing up. Why? Stop. Oh god, it's like my friends are texting me and I can't. I need to turn my phone. It is on Do Not Disturb. Why are these messages coming through? Oh, okay, sorry. It's just like my phone just keeps buzzing. And Calvin's in school, so I like to keep my phone on. Anyway, Dorkable, welcome. Got one. Amazing. Phoenix, the tech gremlin repellent. The tech gremlin, that's wood. That's wood back there. We're knocking on it. The tech gremlins have been evasive since figuring out the how to get the programs on my computer to run at high priority all the time, like OBS. Okay. Sorry, I scrolled and then I completely lost my place in chat. Phoenix, hello. Sita, welcome in. So, thank you for your resub, by the way. I appreciate it. Twindrella, thank you for your 5 gifted subs just 1 minute ago. I appreciate you. Baker with the big redeem indeed. With the big redeem indeed. And it seems to have gone through. So we are taking those points. Do y'all ever encounter a streamer who just refunds your points all the time? I have had my points refunded for something that is a lot of points before, and it's weird. It was weird to me. I wasn't like upset about it, but I was like, oh, okay, I can have those back and just redeem that shit again. All right. Liz, hello. Welcome. I'm so far behind. Am I far behind? How far behind am I? Now I've caught up now. Have I caught up? No, there was someone I didn't say hi to. Hold on, I remember. There was someone else I didn't say hi. Sarah Gard, welcome in. I knew there was someone. Welcome. See, we did already pull for Cookie Club. We pulled for Cookie Club on Thursday last week. However, Cookie Club will continue in the month of June. So, if you have not gotten your entries in and you want to use your channel points for that, you can do it. Sagirl Sarah, welcome in. Welcome in. So if you know someone who does that, did that a lot on Abby's stream? Okay. Dude Mesa, welcome. When I napped, that's true. Lots of things. Good. Naps are important, and nothing that you're needed for is going to happen. If you decide to lay down for a nap, that's what you deserve in that moment, because you're doing something nice for yourself. Bowtie Fly, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome in. Bowtie Fly, one of the folks that I don't catch it. I catch him on the weekends sometimes when he's streaming, but has been on Twitch since my very first stream. I believe it was my very first stream. Might have been my second. I don't know. It was one of them. Love it. I did. You know what? I saw that. I'm gonna try to do the 8 o'clock one, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. This was the only day this week that I could make these cookies, because we have half days for school. I was volunteering in school yesterday. We have half days for school Thursday and Friday, and Wednesday something's going on. I don't remember what's going on. But I was like, shit, I have to make cookies today. But I'm planning on being in the 8 p.m. Oh, adorable. That's a good idea. If you redeem the emote-only dance party when someone's like making chat a little bit weird, I like that. That's a good, benevolent gesture. Before I got affiliated, right? And now we're rolling in the cash. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. I appreciate it. Oh my god. Soph, good luck on chaperoning your field trip. This week what did I do yesterday? I assisted at field day at school. It was like kids playing games that was led by the phys ed teacher, PE teacher. PE is phys ed, physical education. That's what PE stands for. I don't know. Anyway, it was chaotic. My role was to cut the tops off of freeze pops and distribute them, which I enjoyed. And it's always fun. It's the last week of school for the kids. I forgot today that Calvin doesn't have orchestra, because orchestra was over because it's the last week of school. So I was like, oh shit, I'm supposed to be making cookies this afternoon. So Gwen's going to pick him up. But I had another parent like on the hook ready to pick him up too. As I said when I posted the schedule in Discord, please be patient with me. C is also for crumb cake, Phoenix. That's true. I love crumb cake, and I posted this in the cookie chat in Discord, but it was I've eaten like a bunch of crumb cake recently, and as I was going through the recipes to like look for cookies to make this month, I was like, ooh, crumb cake. And then it's like easy. It's actually an easy crumb cake cookie to make. It does need to cool for a little bit, but it doesn't give it time for it. So I assume, you know, like 10, 15 minutes in the fridge is probably fine. Trying to be like you when I get older. I like to think that I'm aging gracefully, but we don't ever really know, do we? Kiddo insisted. That's lovely. So fun. I know it's going to take you away from all of your home maintenance, but I do hope you have fun. I love chaperoning field trips and like doing school stuff. The zoo. The zoo does sound like chaos, but the zoo also sounds fun from a parent perspective. 44. Well, happy early birthday. I will be 44 too at some point. In a few years. I don't know why I said it like that. Anyway, what are we doing? What are we doing today? We're making cookies. Let's look at this recipe. For the record, I am 40 years old. We're making this recipe, crumb cake cookies. I held it up as if anyone could read any of that. What website is this from? I think the website this came from was Cake Spy, adapted from the Chic site. This was a weird one when I hit the print. This is someone's like personal blog. And you can tell because when I hit the print button, it was like get a printable version of this recipe. It opened up a Google Doc, which is not normal. Full stop. It's not normal to like have your recipes. I don't know. I guess it's normal to have them like that, but it's so weird to encounter a food blog where it doesn't just have like, you know, a formatted recipe from one of the like 10 different recipe template makers that embed on any food blog. So for random kids in public is objectively very scary as a responsible human being. My experience in that is that the kids are usually like kind of just in awe of being out of school and in the wild. So they sometimes seem better behaved than you would expect. My very limited experience, we've done field trip. I think we've done like the theater a couple times. So like they're sort of in one place in that situation. So it doesn't make it a lot easier. I don't know. Took my glasses off to read it from my point of view. Right. Got to get those readers. Soon. Very soon. Phoenix says, I worked at a pizza place like 15 years ago and there was a 5-gallon bucket of ready-to-eat streusel topping for the desserts pizzas and it was addictive. I bet. That's the type of thing you walk by and you get a little bite of it and like everybody does that, and then at the end of this shift it's like there's like a gallon missing and you're like, we only sold one dessert pizza, what happened? And everybody's like, I don't know. I'm trying to read it. I know. Well, not that you're going to, but it is legible to be fair. And there is a link to it in the cookie chat in Discord. I can read it sort of here. Beep boop Beth. Welcome in. Okay, let us actually read this though. I don't think there's any surprises. I have my ingredients out on the counter. They're staged over here. You can't really see them because they're off camera, but they're right there. For the cookies, 1.5 cups of self-rising flour. Well, I don't have that, and I wasn't going to buy self-rising flour because it says, or use 1.5 cups of all-purpose flour and 1 teaspoon of baking powder, which I'm going to do. Half a teaspoon salt. They say I added a pinch beyond this. You can add more or less to taste. I like salty, they say. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, a buffet pizza. Okay. But the logistics of the buffets are wild. I like that though. You just kind of like slide under the radar. Everybody gets a spoonful and nobody says anything. Did you see me stealing the streusel topping? No, you didn't. Speaking of, we're going to get to that too. This is a regular like streusel topping. The cookies have cinnamon. They have 1 stick of unsalted butter, light brown sugar, 1 large egg at room temperature, which is important. And I did get the eggs out earlier today, so they are at room temperature currently. And a teaspoon of vanilla. So that's in the cookies. They seem super super simple. They seem a little bit like they might be a little bit cakey. Because there's more flour than sugar, and they want you to use self-rising flour, so that means they want the cookies to rise instead of fall and get crispy. So they should be a little bit cakey, I imagine. Shayna, welcome. Hello. Hey Shayna, that's 300 check-ins. Holy shit. Good to see you. Let's write that down. That's a big one. That is a lot of check-ins. That's like almost a year worth of check-ins. Damn. For the crumb topping for these cookies, brown sugar, butter, cinnamon, flour, salt. Easy. Easy. Liz, this is why we need a check-in counter. There you go. Yeah, 6. That is actually really funny. You know, I liked, how many have I ever checked in? I've checked in 21 times? Holy crap. Chris, hello, welcome. Chris, congratulations on your first check-in. Welcome in. So thank you for this shout out. Chris Hangry, fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream. Obviously, says I've gotten cookies from checking in, so it is worth it. See, and there you go. If it's motivating to you, then like, by all means, please. I'm never doing it again. That was enough. See, I have on my list of things to do a check-in check. See, it's right next to Shayna's 300th check-in. To create a check-in check so that you can actually see how many you have without having to do it. Right? Liz, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you. The bot is wrong when it says the number of subs gifted. I don't know why. I probably need to fix that. I feel like I've said that before and then it hasn't. Gifted number in. There we go. Cookies indeed. Chris, we make cookies every month for our community members. You can get cookies through subscribing or gifting subs, bits, donations. Any of the financial methods obviously are definitely ways you can get entries. But you can also get entries from things like checking in, you're using channel points, leveling up in Discord. So there are lots of different ways. I turned it off. Oh, there you go. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Climb, welcome in. Climb. Whenever I turn on the Bob Ross channel, the Bob Ross painting live stream. Gwen's always just like, I'm going to play Fortnite. But I love the Bob Ross channel. It's amazing. See, Adorkable, that's it. Yeah, I mean, it would be wild to do an individual counter for all those individual terms, but have them relate back to the same action in StreamerBot. But then you could really know. Yeah, the Bob Ross channel's amazing. We have some good chicken check-in, check out options in chat. I love it. I'll opt for the other way and remain. Chris, I appreciate you however you decide to hang out. If check-ins aren't feeling great right now, totally understood. Or ever. Some people don't like to be perceived. I am one of them. Preheat your oven. Baking sheets lined with parchment paper. Sift together the flour, salt, and cinnamon. Cream together the butter. Oh, just cream the butter, not cream it together. Cream the butter until smooth. Add the brown sugar. Fluffy. Cream until fluffy. Add the vanilla. Add the egg. Mix on low speed. Add the flour. Mix on low speed. Form the dough into 1-inch balls. 12 balls per sheet. Flatten each ball. Place the sheets in the fridge so the cookies can firm slightly while you make the topping. For the topping, combine all the ingredients using your hands. Knead the mixture together into a streusely. For the topping, combine all the ingredients in a large bowl. Using your hands, knead the mixture until it comes together into a streusely topping. If you were writing a recipe, I think you need to define what streusely topping means a little bit more. It does say pinch together the bits to form crumbs, so I guess that's okay. Sprinkle a bit of the crumb mixture on the top of each cookie. Press it to make sure it is firmly on top. Bake for 8 to 10 minutes until browned on the edges and set on top. Remove, cool slightly, transfer to wire racks to cool completely. Dust with confectioner's sugar before serving. Do you like crumb cake? ? That's what it says at the bottom of the menu, or the bottom of the recipe. I'm not making it up. It really does say that right there. Not in Getty. Welcome in. It is like saying do it until it's done. It's true. It's very, like, I'm gonna need some textural descriptions. I'm gonna need some size descriptions. More, please. Streusely, I wonder if you looked up streusel and it was like a crumb topping. And then it's like, what's a crumb topping? Well, it's kind of streusely. And it's like circular. Logic. Guy, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, let's actually get started. I need to get butter. I didn't say the butter needed to be at room temperature or even softened. I assume that it does. So I think what we'll do, let's do this. Hold on. 1, 2, I'm going to triple. I might end up making, no, I'm not going to make quadruple this recipe. I'm going to triple this. It says it makes 24 cookies. That feels like a lot of cookies. I wonder if they're small. You know what I'm going to do though? Because this is a cookie that you can roll. It looks like you could roll it and freeze it. So I think I'm going to do double. We'll do 3 cups of flour. That's a lot of flour to put in that bowl. I'm always trying to imagine if I can double the thing before putting it in the bowl. Because like once you get started, then you're like, oh, I can't double it, but now I can't like change it either because of the bowl being in use. 3 cups of flour, 1.5 cups of sugar, 4.5 cups of material. 5.5 cups worth of butter. 2 eggs. Yeah, I should be able to double this. I should be able to double this because this bowl is 5. Does it say 5 quarts? No. It says something cute on the bottom, but it's in Sharpie. So I don't know. I think 5 cups. 5 cups fits in here. We can do it. I know we can do it. Jay Guy, welcome in. Welcome in with the most amazingly what's the word? Comforting lunch on what is otherwise an unremarkable day of the week. Tuesday is not a great day. It's just a weird one. It's like still early in the week. I don't know. Merriam-Webster defines streusel as a crumbly mixture of fat, sugar, and flour, and sometimes nuts and spices that is used as a topping or filling for a cake. Crumbly mixture. Perfect. Always more tired on Tuesday than Monday. Shayna, I feel like that's true. I feel like with Monday, you're sort of like on adrenaline a little bit. And then Tuesday, it's like you're like back down and you're like, oh, right. The rest of the week is still there. Shit. But I think, I don't know. It's always been my least favorite day of the week, just in general. All right. We're going to start today by doing a bunch of bags because I need to do that because I need to make bags to put these in. And if I try to make them and fill them at the same time, it has been my experience that my vacuum sealer overheats and then doesn't want to work anymore. So we're going to try to continue our success of having it half and half. A little half before, half after. Plenty of butter on the grilled cheese. Plenty of butter. I like a little bit of mayonnaise on mine before I fry it. Did I tell you all? I did. I mentioned this once, but the grilled cheese that I did that was for the camping trip, the one that I froze, like fully cooked, completely cooked, and then froze, and then reheated just in the campsite, like out of the cooler, it was amazing. It was so good. That you can freeze a grilled cheese sandwich solid and totally reheat it, and it was perfect. I still wouldn't put certain types of like toppings on it. Like I wouldn't put like arugula on it or spinach or probably tomatoes, like stuff that can also go in the freezer. But it worked really well. Thursday's Friday's sexy sibling. No, I agree with that entirely. I 100% agree with that statement. I did freeze a grilled cheese, Jana. It was no arugula. Yeah, no arugula needed in whether or not you're freezing it, to be fair. But I mean, things like, I wouldn't put basil in it and then cook and then freeze it afterward. Like it would just be brown. I forget how many bags I need to make, so I'm looking this information up. Because I have to do this every month because I always forget exactly how many I need. This is let's see, this divided by that. Okay, so 18 bags. But yeah, the grilled cheese actually, it worked really well. I didn't even put it on the griddle. And I did, what I did to reheat it was I put it in I put all the sandwiches. So I made them. I completely made them on the griddle, on the stove here. Fried, finished, ready to eat. From there, I put them on a sheet pan in the freezer, and then just froze them solid. And at camp, I just had a fire going, and I put them on parchment paper inside of an aluminum, like, just, you know, grill pan, like chafing dish. And I put another one of those chafing dishes just on top of it to keep the heat in, and sat it on the grill grate on the back of the grill, and they just heated up, and I flipped them a couple times just to keep them like even, and they were really good. They were amazing. You can freeze pesto. You can pesto freeze is great. I love freezing pesto in little ice cube trays. Shout out to the haters who don't believe me. Anyway, the grilled cheese was great. The other frozen stuff turned out really well too. The packets, the foil packets, I made those completely, and I froze those. And then I froze the Sloppy Joe. Everything frozen like worked really well. It was great. It is handy. The pesto in the trays is great, because then you're like, you know, I don't know, you freeze it any larger volume than that, and you're just going to end up with leftover pesto in the fridge. And that, you know, you cook a little bit, and then you're like, oh, I just have like a very small amount left. It's just always frustrating. If you put it in an ice cube tray, it's like the exact amount. Okay, what do they say? 18 bags? 18? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I always lose track of how many bags I've actually made. I did buy more this month, though. I was good and said during stream last Cookie Club, I was like, I need more of these, and then I actually ordered them like right away. I felt so accomplished. I ordered more boxes too. It was wild. I need to order more buttons though. Come on. Yes. The vacuum sealer is very quiet for an electronic. I am actually kind of surprised it doesn't have like little noises, that it doesn't make like little sounds. I mean, it makes a big sound when you're sealing something, but when the seal is finished, I'm surprised it doesn't like give you a little chime. Dinner today, I was just like, I think we're gonna do pasta for dinner. I don't know. I don't really know how long these cookies are going to take. So it's always kind of up in the air. I feel like these are going to be a little bit cake-like. And so in my head, they're going to take a little longer to cool because they're going to be slightly thicker. Philly cheesesteak crumb cake. What if the crumb was jerky? What if there was just a little meat in your crumb cake? Now, I don't know if that one's gonna be. I'm a little sus on that one, Master of the Splits, but let's ruminate. Let's ruminate farther. Mystery, welcome in. Ashik, welcome in. Good to have you. Hello. We're doing cookies today. Candied bacon. Candied bacon would definitely work. Like chocolate works with bacon. chocolate and bacon work really well, but I've never tried crumb with it. Mystery, thank you for moving your sub from a gifted sub to a tier 1 sub. We appreciate that. It's good to have you. Kathy, welcome in. Hello. Hello. We're working on bags right now. Once the bags are done, I should have done the popcorn at the same time. We still need to do popcorn too. Shit. See, this is what happens with Cookie Club. I'm like, these cookies look real easy. We're going to get through this, no problem. You watch. We're going to be an hour and a half into stream. I'm saying that, like, I might not actually be joking. The stream's been live for 43 minutes. And there's no cooking happening. Maybe we should be in just chatting. No, we're in the kitchen. But yeah, that'll happen. That's why we pick easy cookies. Had to pause it and put it in Prime. I understand that exactly. It's always good to, if you're the type of person who hangs out on Twitch regularly, it's always good to go back and like prune your subs too. If there's folks that you don't watch anymore, like, I don't know, give their money to me. No, but if there's folks that you don't watch very frequently or very often or whatever, financial reasons, like, I think subbing is sort of a nice touch on Twitch, but I think there's a lot more to it than that. Why not? Fuck. I hate that they put these stickers on here. Because then, like, they're just on the bag, and you kind of have to, like, cut it off. I don't know. You can shred jerky. You can shred jerky. Jerky is, jerky's sort of like a quiet contributor to desserts. I'm gonna toot my own horn for a second, but that was with the food fight competition that Dana's Kitchen hosts every summer or fall. This will be the 3rd year for it. One of the things that I did last year in that was like temper some chocolate and put beef jerky on it, and it actually turned out really, really well. And I was like, oh, I was just kind of trolling. But since then, I've been like, oh, this is actually great. Like, savory, sweet, pretty fantastic. Yeah, Misery, sorting out your subs. You got to do it every once in a while. And right now, isn't there some sort of, like, I think there's some sort of gifted sub promotion too right now. Actually, that's not this. No, that's not the same as just regular subs. I go through my subs probably every like 3 months. And if I haven't been to someone's channel in a while, like, I won't continue the sub. I don't think that that's I don't know. I feel like some folks might be inclined to like feel some sort of personal, like, oh man, are they going to notice? Like, probably not. I don't personally look at who cancels their sub to this channel, because I figure if you cancel it, there was a reason. And if you didn't want to tell me, that's fine. 35% I'm gifted for packs of 5. Okay, that's quite a discount. It's not easy for a streamer to see. I mean, I think when you look at the sub export, like, it doesn't tell you if someone, it doesn't say if someone like stopped, you know. Shane, are you watching your pennies? I'm reading the first part of that statement, Shanna, and I'm hoping that you are doing kind things for you. My Prime sub, Cena says, because I'm broke. The Prime sub's great. Don't ever let your Prime sub go to waste. Don't ever let your Prime if you see you have a Prime sub, just sub to the channel that you're watching right now. Like, no, I don't mean right in this moment. I just mean like as a general person who would have a Prime sub to give away. Like, if you have it, just like, here you go. I'm enjoying you right now. That's how I perceive the Prime subs. That'll do. Holy shit. Says, I canceled a few subs, went back to one channel in particular, and he called me out and had a 20-minute meltdown. It was over the top and bizarre. I agree. Over the top, bizarre, all of the... Yeah. I don't even look at who's in chat. Like, you think... I don't go back and look at that. I know how many subs there are, like, month to month, because it just says it, but I don't look at the who. I know that I will say that I would notice there's a lot of folks that have been subscribed for a long time. And I would notice if they weren't subscribed anymore after like a couple months. It would probably take a few months to sink in. But I would probably also be like, I didn't notice because they were either in chat or whatever, you know. There you go. Shayna, thank you for your primary sub. I appreciate you. Oh! Look at that number. You see that number? That's 24 months. That's a 2-year subscription. That's also free cookies. Shayna, that's a lot for one stream. You got 300th check-in, 24-month sub. Thank you. Like, genuinely, thank you. I appreciate it. You're one of the folks that's been around food and drink for longer than I have, and I appreciate you being here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. How many did I say? 18? Oh! Project Fly says, I tell people to keep the money and they keep subbing, which is nice. Generally speaking. There's a few folks that I subscribe to. I have a few, like, steady subscriptions that I've had for years. Generally, if I am a fan of somebody, I will donate every once in a while. Like, again, this is how I operate as a viewer on Twitch. This is not me, like, trolling or trolling. Trolling is actually the term when you're like trawling. Isn't that a thing? That's a fishing term, right? I'm wearing camo. I should know this today. I don't, but shock. But yeah, I usually will like donate or something instead of having like a, you know, often I'll just donate somewhere instead of like maintaining a monthly sub. That'll do. Yeah, if going up and down by a couple of subs every month is like the difference between like financial ruin for you, streaming seems like a really unsustainable thing. Exactly, Phoenix. Bowtie Fly, I do know your community likes to see you suffer, and I hope that you are also being kind to yourself. I've definitely seen some good ones. Before. $200 says, this is one of my steady subs. Well, I appreciate that, and I also like, I do see there's some folks that have recurring subs to the channel who don't come into chat very often. And like maybe haven't been in chat for a long time. And I don't, the interesting thing for me is I don't know if they lurk. And I'm not going to like ask them. I'm never going to call them out. I'm never going to be like, hey, is this person in chat or whatever? Because, oh my God, nothing would make me have a panic attack well, as a viewer, quicker than someone saying my name when I was not actually chatting, unless they were talking about me, and not asking for feedback. Anyway, yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be. I just like. I got weird thinking about it. I was like, oh, I don't want that to happen ever. But I'm always curious if folks who sub somewhere who like haven't been to the channel in a while like know that that sub is still going on. I don't know. I've had there's a few folks who have subbed to the channel who just don't chat, and so I'm always kind of like, I don't know. They're maintaining it. Why not? Exactly. That'll do. That's what I think too. Like they're just not pruning their subs. They're not doing the thing that we've been talking about, or that, you know, which is going back through and being like, do I watch this person? Do I want to subscribe to them? I think that the question, and when you unsubscribe to someone's channel, is not, to me, the question is not fundamentally, does this person deserve my money? Like, it's a commodity, which is an entertainment platform. If you never watch somebody and you're still subbing to them, like, then you probably just like them as a person and whatever. It's not really a question of like, does this person deserve my money, you know? You know, you only watch one streamer that calls out lurkers. It would, yeah, I love lurkers here. I am one myself. I lurk on lots of streams. I was watching Twitch for several hours last night. I sent not a single chat. But that's just me. It's just, that's how I consume my entertainment. And sometimes I wish that I didn't do that. Sometimes I wish I was more chatty like that, but I think to me, it's like when I'm sitting down to watch something, I'm not in a conversational mood, usually. Sometimes I do. It depends. Very occasionally I will. I think the stream that I don't know whose stream I chat on. No, that's not true. I do. I know whose stream I chat on the most. But that's because they're a DJ and I just send emotes in the chat. And then they're like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, have some more emotes. And that's it. Exactly, Shane. I go into not chat sometimes. Yeah. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 more. And I just don't always want to engage like that, you know. And I have some guilt about if I chat and then I leave and then I'm like, but what if they ask me a question later? Right? So I sometimes will just be like, well, I don't want to have to say bye, so I'm just not going to say hello. Story of a lurker. Shayna, exactly. I understand that. I understand that completely. I do chat sometimes. I'm not always very chatty, but I like to think that some of the folks who stream I feel comfortable chatting on regularly know these things about me. like I've been around or we've chatted before or whatever, like just through various intersections over the past years. Like they know that I'm not like a big chatty person, and if I say something, I'm probably not gonna like just continue. Like it's just like here's a thing. Here's my contribution to the meta. Cinderella says there's no in between. Streams where I know everyone, and the kind where I just want to lurk and say nothing and be invisible. I definitely understand that. There's some streams that I also chat in that are like, if it's like a like a very fast moving chat, sometimes I'll just, and it's just people are just saying kind of whatever, they're just reacting, and the things, shit's just flying by. Like sometimes I will in there just because it's fun to like contribute. I said I needed 2 more, but I think I just did like 4. I wasn't paying attention. I don't want to have to step away mid combo, Baker. Totally. Sarah says I lurk on most of the streams I watch. I can, yeah, and I think it's one of the things that I love about Twitch is that you can, there's community in across that whole spectrum, right? And if you want to really chat sometimes, like go ahead. Like there's folks who lurk. There are folks that I know lurk on this stream who have said so and whose channel points back it up. Like who, if you look, there's things in like Stream Elements that'll be like how long, how many hours has this person watched? And I'm like, that person, these folks never chat, but they have all this, they have this watch time. Like I know that they're familiar. If they started chatting more regularly, it wouldn't be weird, and it's not weird that they don't either. It's great. Yeah, I'm not telling who's watching stream or who's in chat at all. Yeah, and I don't know. There's 2 things that I don't look at. I don't look at the lists the list of chat, and I don't look at the viewer count, because neither of those is really relevant. It's like if people are in chat, I'm going to talk to them. If nobody's chatting, I'm going to talk to the camera. Chris says, when chat gets too busy, I ignore it for like 10 minutes while I do focus intensive tasks like chopping, and tell them if I miss anything, they can type it again, and I get overwhelmed. Super. And you know what? The people who are like, fuck this guy, he's not engaging with me, whatever, fuck this person, they're not reading my thing. Like, cool, you totally just told them that you're doing the thing. Like, bye. Right? I definitely support that. That'll do. Yeah, folks that announce when they're leaving. I don't mind either way. Sometimes I will. If I've been chatting in someone's stream, 100%, I will. If I've been chatting for more than like 10 minutes, I will usually say like, I'm going to lurk now, or I'm going to like back off. Like I'll say that I'm like exiting from chat. If they say, fuck this guy that jokes at you, I'm a sexual bitch. Chris, I know that about you, and I'm sorry. That came out. That came from my mouth as I was thinking about how someone might perceive. And I'm sorry. I do know that about you. Jamie, welcome in. For being forced to bed rot. Oh, forced to bed rot is never fun, but hopefully, I was going to say, hopefully you have something good to watch. But you just said that you're here. So maybe when you find something good, you will enjoy that instead. I don't know. Jamie, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Okay. We're almost at the top of the hour. Let's see. I made these bags. We have enough bags. I think I'm going to start my popcorn, and then we're going to play a game of words on stream while that starts popping. Because I'm going to make, so for the uninitiated, Cookie Club is a monthly reward program, the end result of which is you can choose to receive cookies. They come in a small box. They're vacuum sealed in this plastic, and that box is also filled with popcorn, plain popcorn, for packing material, because I don't like using packing peanuts, and newspaper gets ink everywhere. Anyway, so I put popcorn in there. I made the bags. Here they are. We have all of our bags ready for vacuum sealing in just a little bit. Now we need to make some popcorn for the packing material. We do this first because it's a weird part of the process, and like it's just easier to do the popcorn and the bags first. So, Chapstick Queen, welcome in. I'm putting this in my back pocket. It is a good one. That is a good one, and that's sort of like a oh, how would I? It's like, oh, I didn't know I didn't know I was going to be on the defensive from that angle. My bad. Not you, just the chatter. It would be it would probably put someone off of their it would put someone off of their line of attack, as you would call it. I think that's what you call it in chess. Maybe. I don't know. Jamie, recovery is frustrating because it's like you want to do something and you can't. That's the worst part. Okay. I just got last night. Speaking of, Calvin's karate teacher, one of his karate teachers, was back for the first time after having had spinal surgery, and he was very slow. He was kind of just like, he was sitting kind of observing, and like he was it was the first day. I should also note that this man is 80 something years old, I believe, so he's not he's not super quick to recover. Baker, cantaloupe ice cream. Yes, Baker, exactly. The guy that I made cantaloupe ice cream for. And you know, he came up to me yesterday. Like, I walked in with Calvin and he like saw me right away and like walked over and was like, he was like, that cantaloupe ice cream got me through a lot. And I was like, I'm really glad. Thank you. Like, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. But he was like, it got me through a lot. And I was like, I kind of wanted to be like, well, what? Like, what kind of shit did you, in what moments of anguish did you turn to the cantaloupe ice cream? I would love to know. Anyway, he was back. Where was I even going with this story? I don't remember. I literally do not remember where I was going with that, because I was interrupted by my brain in the middle of it, having to refill this vegetable oil. I know I was going to say something about Calvin, like, running up to give him a big hug after class and the look of terror in his face. Calvin saw it immediately and, like, stopped and was like, oh, wait, spinal surgery. He, like, instantly knew. I healed that man. So I did. Maybe. I'd like to. I'm glad that it made his. I'm glad that it like gave him some joy, because that was definitely the intention. Spinal surgeries were worse than this, which is, I imagine so. I imagine a spinal surgery to be just scary indeed. Alicat, welcome in. Welcome in. Drowning your sorrows in ice cream is totally a coping mechanism. Truth. What happened was we were chatting months ago, and he said something. He was like, you know, I was talking about cooking, and like, he said something to the effect of like, you know, we were talking about ice cream. I said I'd started making ice cream, and he was like, my favorite ice cream my favorite ice cream I've ever had is cantaloupe ice cream. And then like a couple months later, he was like, oh, I'm getting spinal surgery. So I made him some, and he seemed to have enjoyed it. I don't get how people can eat when they're stressed. I completely lose my appetite. That'll do. I sometimes lose my appetite. I also sometimes will eat 4,000 calories in like an hour. So it's, yes, I understand both of those. Both of them were in my neck. Yeah, I think I don't know where along his was. He said something about having had a patch on his eye. So I think it was like high. I don't I think he might have also gotten cataract surgery during that time, so I don't really know. Because he said yesterday when I came in, we were chatting, and he was like, "Oh, I just got the bandage off of my eye," and it didn't register in my head that it didn't register because I was like, "Oh yeah, okay, like I'm glad you're feeling better," but it didn't click with me that he had spinal surgery, and I really wanted. Now I'm like, next time I see him, I'll be like, "Why did you have something on your eye? Like, what was going on with the eye? Like, what do you mean your eye? You had your spine operated on. Please justify why. What?" Anyway, it was kind of funny. Jamie says, "I coped using ice cream during second pregnancy." It does have that kind of power. It definitely, ice cream is it's such a powerful motivator. I get in trouble when we don't have ice cream in the house, and I'm the one that gets in trouble because I do like the shopping, like the grocery shopping, right? So there's a couple things: ice cream and chips, like potato chips, or as wait, whoa, hold on, why is that doing that? Okay, there we go. Let's turn this on. Hold on. I'm making sure I got this on. So we're gonna take a quick break here in a moment, but I'm getting this popcorn set up and ready to start heating. We have ice cream, chips, plain potato chips, as Gwen's dad would say, potato chips, ginger ale. Yeah, those are the three like things that kind of always have to be around. They're like snack things, right? Ginger ale is sort of an in-between. Macaroni and cheese, we always have to have like boxes of macaroni and cheese in the house, but that's more of a food. Anyway, Surfless says, "I ate a lot of ice cream during recent recovery. My mother have brought me an ice cream cake while I was at the hospital." That's someone who knows. That's someone who's like, yeah. This isn't going to waste. We get an ice cream cake every year for Gwen's birthday. And it invariably gets eaten pretty over the span of like 2 or 3 days. This year for Gwen's birthday, we went away. Calvin and I went away, and Gwen just had access to the ice cream cake for like 4 straight days with no one else interfering. His friends were telling him to get me flowers and he knows me better, which is good. Ice cream cake with flowers on it, like icing ones, not real ones. You have to pick those off. It's kind of weird. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. If you're unfamiliar with the structure and style of stream, generally around the top of the hour, generally around once an hour, we do a break. We play a game of Words on stream, 1, usually 2 games, sometimes 3. 3 is a rare one. Anyway, usually play about 2 games of Words on stream. On Twitch, I run 3 minutes worth of ads, and today, what am I going to do? I'm going to file some of those dishes that are over here. Got coffee stuff from the morning all up on the counter, dirty. So we're going to do that. If you don't like ads, you can subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that. And you can hear me, I don't know, make the noises I make during ad breaks. What does that mean? Who knows? I just said it. And now I'm reconsidering it. Okay, we're gonna do that. Come on over here. We're gonna check this popcorn situation out while that goes on. And here we go. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Hello, SoFluff. Hopefully you have good errands. Be safe out there. Chris, I believe ice cream cakes were too expensive for us to afford.
Hi.
We weren't for anything. I just thought it was only for the rich. Yeah, ice cream cakes are weird. not, I mean, like, not weird, but yeah, I understand that sort of like, they're so unique. They're like, you don't get them in a bakery, right? You have to go somewhere specific to get an ice cream cake. So they feel like weirdly inaccessible. I go to the same grocery store every time I need to buy one, because I know that they have the one that is... I know that they have like the good one, and by the good one I mean like the one that's the Friendlies or Carvel version, not the like specialty ice cream shop version with it, you know, I don't know. That is expensive and uses whatever fancier ice cream is a thing. Yeah. All right. Coffee, cleaning up the coffee from this morning. Baskin Robbins, Shayna, that's the hookup. Yeah, Chris, the Dippin' Dots. You know, I had Dippin' Dots, I think, for like the first time in the past like 2 months at some point. That stuff is bonkers. It's so weird. Like, I get why people are like love it, because it was nuts. I was like, this is such a weird experience. And it was definitely a weird experience. I would qualify it as weird. Hey, that board's done. We got the peen. Yeah, the rounded part on the other side of the hammer. Whatever else would you be talking about? Lol. Yeah, Chris, that's it. It's, yeah, tactile. It doesn't the dipping, well, you know, we're on the multi-topical conversation, I suppose. But no, the Dippin' Dots is a surreal experience. I get why it's a hard sell though. Cause like they've been around forever and I just tried it for the first time recently. All right, welcome back. If you're on Twitch, you're no longer experiencing ads, and so that's good. We're finishing a game of Words on Screen. We have 3 popcorn kernels popped over here in our little pot, so we're gonna take a bowl, get the bigger bowl out, and we're going to add a 1/4 cup of kernels to this pan. Actually, no, we're gonna take the kernels, the popped kernels that are in here, out of here first. Last guesses on the Words on Stream. If you are guessing in this round, now is the time to get your guesses in. All right, so we're going to take about a quarter cup or so of popcorn kernels and drop those in. Those are sizzling. I don't like how sizzly those look. I'm going to turn that down just a touch and put the lid back on here. All right. Very, very good. Very good. We have popcorn on the stove. So, I also should turn the oven on. That was the other thing. What does it need to be at? 350. Okay, so my oven, I'm turning it to 370 because generally my oven is cooler than the temperature I've set it at. And I've noticed this over years of using it and cooking. I haven't actually ever calibrated it. I've talked about it a bunch, but we never actually got around to it. All right, so popcorn is happening. Some of these, yeah, this is like sizzling. So what happens with popcorn when you cook it at too high of a heat is that it doesn't explode as much. Like it doesn't, what it feels like is like not enough pressure builds up inside of the little kernel. It builds up just enough pressure to pop it, but it doesn't sort of like slowly build up. I don't know. It feels like they pop a lot smaller. I'm sure there's some science behind that, but sort of my user experience is that if you have them on low heat for longer, they pop larger. And I just turned down the heat on this, and the kernels that are popping now are much larger. So I don't know, science. Okay, let's get our ingredients together. So I think we're going to do a double batch of this, which we are. So let's get an apron on. First things first, let's get an apron because there's flour. And I don't want it on my front. Boris, welcome. Welcome in. All right. Popcorn's going, looking good. Oops, wrong one. Let's get the right one. Can we do the right one? Correct one? There it goes. Beautiful. As the I need to keep managing the popcorn process because this is sort of just going to continue making the popcorn anyway. Flour, baking powder, salt, cinnamon. Then we need unsalted butter. Light brown sugar's over there. Okay, all the other stuff is already over there. So, this says flour, sift together the flour, salt, and cinnamon. The popcorn cam is satisfying, isn't it though? See, it's gonna take forever to start to get these cookies actually going, because like right now, we're right at the point where I'm almost about to dump this. There's a span of like 2 to 3 minutes when you first put the kernels in the pan where like you're not needed. Nothing's happening. It's just sort of building heat. Like as soon as they start popping, you kind of have to keep like zhuzhing it, you know, getting it like just perfect. I also need to remember, turn the burner off when I take the pot off of it, because the camera that's right there will melt, as we know. An hour and 20 to make popcorn. Not only did we make popcorn, we also made plastic bags. We also made plastic bags. At least there's ingredients out now. Funny, I never have a mental like. I never have an internal. I always have an internal sense of like how much if I have enough time to finish before I plan on finishing, I should say. Is like saying when I think I'm going to finish. I plan on putting our dinner on the table at 19:30. Sometimes I can trust my internal clock to be like, yeah, you're going to make that. You got this one. I feel like that right now. I feel like I'm still in a good time 5 hours to make 4 batches of cookies plus dinner, that's gotta be achievable. That has to be achievable. If I can't do that, then I also have to package the cookies. And they need to cool. See, and this is where I get into trouble. Okay, we're gonna adding a little bit more popcorn to that, maybe just a little more than a 1/4 cup. Give it a little toss to make sure everything's coated. And then we're going to turn the burner back on, and that's going to go to 2. Okay. Oh, Shayna, I am super self-aware. I always am sort of like, well, it is what it is. What's the dinner menu, Jamie says? The dinner tonight is going to be pasta. Planning on doing a like easy butter sauce, maybe with like a little miso in it, something like that. And then some of the spring stuff that I've got in there. I have peas, I have snap peas, I have asparagus. I'm planning on just blanching those so that it's super simple. I'm just gonna get one big pot of water. I'm gonna blanch the peas, blanch the asparagus, pull those out, and then cook the pasta in that same pot of water, I think. And then we'll just combine all of that in a big pan. So it'll be flexible. I wrote down a bunch of stuff. Like I wrote down like shallots and garlic and a bunch of other stuff. But if we don't get to that, then it's just going to be like basic pasta going through it. Seems the order of operations may suggest making cookies, make dinner while cookies cool, package cookies after dinner. See, Phoenix, I would like to do that. And I'll probably I'll probably make dinner. Or yeah, I might get to that while they cool. I do package them after making dinner. That might happen. It depends on how long they take to cool, honestly. And I've learned that if I package them when there is warmth in them, when they are still warm, that they don't ship as well. They just don't. Like they don't make it there as nicely as I personally want them to. I think they taste just fine, but otherwise I'd prefer to let them cool all the way. Fellas, welcome in. Good to have you. Twitch did not tell me you were streaming. It will. I bet it will eventually. Big goals, Jamie. The big goal is always just finish dinner. That's forever been the primary goal of this stream. Just finish the dinner. Steaming veggies is healthier, but honestly, blanching them in salted water tastes way better. It does. That'll do. And the other thing is that because I'm making pasta, I'm going to blanch them, and then I'm just going to use that water again. So that's the point. So I need 3 cups of flour. I generally don't. Oh, the rubber ring came off for this. I generally don't use the cup measure. There is a scoop in here. There it is. I generally don't use a cup measure. I usually weigh, but today the rubber seal came off the edge of the lid. Interesting. Today I'm going to use a cup measure. Because I'm kind of curious. I haven't actually weighed a cup of flour on this scale in a long time. So I'm curious what it says a cup of flour is. And because I'm doubling this, I'm going to use 3 cups ultimately. So 142 grams, that was 159. So if I always rely on, the scale, it's different per flour, right? I also realize that I am supposed to sift this, so we're gonna do that one. We're gonna do that one more time. maybe that flour was just a little over the top of the cup. Jamie, oh, it comes up on Discord. Oh, because of the yeah, there's there's a bot that does the notifications for Discord. It is called ChronicleBot. And I forget how it works because I haven't had to touch it in like 3 years. And if it ever went offline, I don't know what I would do. I mean, I know what I would do. I would get another bot that does the same thing. But that would be annoying and it would probably take me like 6 months to finish. 2. Wilma, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. That is 3 cups of flour. And while I'm here, because I'm going to double this, one, let me tackle this popcorn real quick. I'm also going to measure out 3 cups of flour for my second batch so that I can just put the flour away. And I can't do that, actually. I'm going to need to measure out 2 batches worth of flour for the topping. Thinking ahead. Thinking ahead. Double it and give it to the next person. Bedro, we are doubling it. We are doubling it, but that's because I need more than twice the number of cookies that the recipe says it's going to make. Okay. I'm just waiting for this popcorn to finish. Like I said, there's a span of like 2 or 3 minutes when the popcorn first goes into the pot that you can leave it alone and do other stuff. But after that time, it's kind of, you got to babysit it just a little bit or else it will burn. It will easily burn. Okay. So here we are. This is I wiped the pan out, add a little bit of vegetable oil. Not a ton because I don't want this to be super greasy. Add a 1/4 cup of popcorn plus like a little more. Give it a shake so that everything's coated. I like to kind of tilt the pan around after I shake it so that everything kind of makes as much contact with the bottom as possible. Then you let that go for just a little bit, and it'll be ready. Just put cayenne in the popcorn? Oh man, wouldn't that be mean? That would be so mean. It might be effective though. Let me. How am I going to do this? All right, so I need to put all of this together into one bowl. How much? This is a teaspoon of salt. So we're going to do a teaspoon of salt. And then since we are doubling this, we're going to put a teaspoon of salt in this container. 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. Whoa. It calls for 1, so we're going to do 2. Oh, do birds not care about cayenne? Are there animals that like spicy food, and are there animals that don't understand for whom it doesn't register? Oil is there for the thermal interface with the pan, not an actual crucial ingredient. Totally, Pedro. You only need a very little bit of it. I don't think I could have articulated that specifically in that way But I do know that to be true in the sense of you don't need all that much of it. And it's at the end of the cooking, there's still some there. And it's like kind of, you know, nothing's really greasy in the pan itself. You don't really, I don't think you really taste it. I don't actually know. I've never tried to use a really flavorful oil. So I'm adding my flour to this. What did I add to that already? I added the cinnamon, I added the salt. Did I add the baking powder to this? Did I say baking powder at any point? I actually don't know if I don't think I added the baking powder to this. I am going to give this a little stir. No. No baking powder in there. No baking powder in there. No baking powder in there. There's just salt. I would have added it at the same time. Okay, so we do need to add baking powder. Good to know. Good to know that that is the thing that's going to make the cookies rise. You want that, right? Oh, I need flour for the crumb topping. 1/3 of a cup of flour per batch. Now I feel like this is something where it's not gonna, I'm not gonna end up, that's not true. I was gonna say, I feel like sometimes it's, you end up like not using all the topping, but in this case, I feel like I'm going to. So, let's get those. Okay, I am finished with my flour. And again, we're making, we're batching this. We're doing a 2 double batches. And my intention is to freeze some of those. Make enough cookies that I need and then freeze a few of the rest of them. Baking powder. Put the fucking baking powder in. Stop cleaning. Put the baking powder in. A teaspoon of baking powder. Okay, so I need 2 teaspoons per batch. Okay. Sorry, I asked that question about animals. Birds don't have spice receptors. Don't have spice receptors. Not affected by the compounds. Oh, so they just like don't even get it. Okay. Pause. Baking powder. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. Okay, I put the baking powder in. Confirmed. It's in. That was harrowing. I'm sorry. We needed to like make that happen. Okay, this round of popcorn is just about done. I'm gonna give that another few seconds while I wipe the counter off here because I spilled flour all over it. Tree shrews like spicy food, Chris says. Interesting. Okay, yeah, thank you for the confirmation on the baking powder. Caps, can you buy like powdered capsaicin? Like you can buy like powdered milk or powdered other. Can you buy, is that like a thing? Is that possible? You can buy capsaicin extract. Okay. tempting. Thermal interface is definitely feels like a computer term. That is true. All right, let's dump this pot of popcorn. We're ready for it. We're ready. This one's looking good. So we're going to wipe this pot out. Back on the stove. A little bit of oil. Just to create a thermal interface, as we now know. I would not have been able to come up with that term independently, but it is, yes. Quarter cup, a little extra. Shake the pans, spread it all around. Wipe the lid. I only wiped the lid for the benefit of the camera. I would not otherwise wipe the lid. The lid getting wiped is only so that you can see the popcorn. No other reason. Okay. Did I preheat the oven? I did. Okay. Confirmed. It's on. Okay. Sift together the flour, salt, and cinnamon. Set aside. Got it. Okay. We are sifting. We've talked plenty of times on this stream about sifting and like, do you need to do it or not? I generally never sifted things before. Just kind of, I didn't have a sifter, and now I have a sifter and I just use it. So I guess I don't really have a point to that story, but it feels weird to me because I got this a couple months ago, and just after having never really used it, and I don't know that it makes any meaningful difference. I'm sure it does. I'm sure that there's a world and there's a recipe where it does. It's a force of habit because you can't really know. But yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I bet there's recipes for which it's like, oh, you know what helps with the popcorn when you turn the stove back on. Did not do that. Sifter seems nice if your flour was packed into a brick on the bottom of a pallet. If it's coming out of the thing chunky, yeah, that does make sense. Lizzie, welcome in. Good to see you. Expensive and taste terrible? Sign me up. $20. I feel like your preferred hot sauce would probably just be like a bottle of capsaicin extract and like maybe a little bit of tomato paste. I don't mean that cavalierly. I explicitly meant that because of the spice level tolerance and not the flavor preference, because certainly that would not be very good. In the bowl of a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment, cream the butter until smooth. Now this is when we see, okay, are we really going to be able to do a double batch of this? I think so. Please welcome. Welcome! The most attractive thing in Philly. I'm not sure how to take that statement, because there's no punctuation at the end of that.
Let's face it, I'm cute.
But I'll take it. Personally. Thank you. I always use a whisk to fluff up my flour, Jamie says. Yeah, I think that's probably where my head's at too. I see little like breaks. The most attractive thing in Philly is the skyline. Maybe. I don't know. Any singular attractive thing. It's very objective. Meant me personally. Well. It's good to see you. Welcome in. A little credit. I love it hot, but it has to taste good. And I did. I said, to be fair, I thought it was just the tolerance for heat and not necessarily that it's going to be tolerable palate-wise. Okay. Butter. Then we add the brown sugar, egg and vanilla, flour mixture. Then we form the dough. Okay, so I also want to measure out before I start creaming the butter together, because I want to do this in like a batch. I'm going to measure out the brown sugar. I'm going to measure out the brown sugar next, because that is probably because I'm going to need to do that anyway. So 3/4 cups of light brown sugar. That's a cup and a half. We're going to do that twice. I'm also going to get out I'm going to get out 2 bowls so that I can also measure the sugar for the topping. I'm going to do that in those bowls. Okay. For the brown sugar, I am going to do that by weight. Because I don't want to wash my cup measure. It's in the sink right now. I would think capsaicin extract would literally taste like burning phoenixes. I don't imagine it would be pleasant. I don't. The most attractive thing in Philly. That's a good one. David Attenborough, perhaps. Light brown sugar. Okay, so brown sugar is 1 cup is 198 grams. 198. We're gonna need to do 198 times. So this calls for 3/4 cups of brown sugar. Double that's a cup and a half. 198 times 1.5. 297. 297 grams of sugar in each of these little containers. Nothing to see here. Popcorn was like, "We're getting out, boys. Now's our chance." Okay. Don't shake the pot. Don't shake the pot. You don't need to. Resinivera toxin. Toys. That sounds dubious. Who's David Attenborough? The British person who narrates the nature documentaries. And now the albatross glides freely on the wind. Rusty, welcome in. Rusty, did you just walk in on the part where I was screaming, or have you... Hello, welcome. Turn it on. Thank you for the shout out. What did I say? 297? Oh, 297. Okay. I've watched a David Attenborough video about the albatross, and it is exactly the video that you imagine it to be. Just whatever you think he's going to say is basically that. I have it bookmarked on YouTube, actually. I've watched it multiple times. I kind of love the albatross, the idea of them. They're probably my favorite bird, if I had to name one. Anyway, for what it's worth, 297 grams of light brown sugar. We're doing that twice. So we're gonna have to open a second bag here, which is okay. It's hotter than capsaicin. Is that right? I've never heard of this, but I am not interested in trying it. Rapid expansions of hydrogen hydroxide due to explosive decompression, resulting in the lipid and simple carbohydrate mixture to become a foamed substrate. Adorable. That is a long way of saying popcorn, but satisfyingly specific. Oh, Bedro. See, there's a thing that I don't always get jokes. He doesn't get jokes. $200. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes I don't. Often I don't. Often I don't. With hilarious consequences. Wait, no, I wasn't finished measuring that one. 297. Resin of aerotoxin is 100 times hotter. 16 million SVU. Is that the one with Ice Cube? 297. We're almost there. 50, 60, 70, 80. Thank you. Someone got it. Beggar, thank you. The next horse ducks. God. Y'all. Terrible. Terrible. But appreciated. Okay, the next one needs a half a cup of brown sugar. That's for the topping. For the topping, we're going to use dark brown sugar because I feel like that's better. I can't quantify that, and it doesn't say that it's better. I just have a hunch. I have a feeling. Too far beyond the scale of which I want to perceive spice. It's very, it feels very threatening. Like, why? Like, I get why, because, you know, people like spicy food. Why not? But what joy does this bring you? I feel like a large percentage of the joy that spicy food provides is the fact that you are eating spicy food and other people aren't. And it's sort of this like self-satisfied thing, which is fine, which is like totally, you know, if you're the type of person who can eat that kind of, that level of heat and sort of deal with it, good for you, honestly. I am impressed, I will tell you. But I definitely feel like there comes a point where it's like, you're just showing off. You didn't need to do that, but you did. $16 billion? That's too much. See, I can't comprehend that number, right? Like, I don't understand how would that... I can't comprehend what it would feel like, because you probably wouldn't feel much after a second or two, right? Non-spicy meat feels a little bland. Jamie says the most I can handle is some spicy ramen, and that's a bit of a stretch. Well, I can appreciate that too. I do love spicy stuff. I love heat in my food. I don't love. There comes a point, though. I mean, there definitely, you know, there comes a point in every boy's life. There comes a point where you're just like, okay, I'm not enjoying this anymore, or I can't really taste anything. And usually it's around the like, I can't taste anything, where you're like, well, this just feels like pain. I'm out. Like, we're good. We're good. We don't need to continue this anymore. Okay, I promise you that I'm like almost to the actual cooking part. For the crumb topping. So the crumb topping says to mix everything together in a large bowl. So we're gonna do just 2 bowls for the topping. I already measured the flour out, so that's fine. We don't need to do that again. Then we're gonna measure a half a cup of brown sugar into each of these bowls. Half a cup? No. Did I put 1/3 a cup of flour in these? I did. I'm supposed to be doubling these. Okay. Watch how this works. Now there's 2/3 in that one, and it weighs 97 grams. 97 grams. Beautiful. It's not even spicy food anymore. It's just stripping everything off the pain receptors. Phoenix, is that like, I don't actually understand what happens when you eat spicy food like that. Is there turn the pot on if you want the popcorn to pop. Sheesh. I got a lot going on in this moment, huh? Okay, so good. Flour is good. The phenomenon where test participants prefer to press a button and electrocute themselves rather than just sit for 60 seconds. Yeah, you just got to feel something sometimes. It's the sitting for 60 seconds. It's like the one with the kids in the room and the marshmallows, and they're like, don't eat the marshmallows. And the kids like eat the marshmallows, and then they're like, you shouldn't have done that. You were going to get something better. And the kids are like, I shouldn't have done that. And they're like, I know. It's used, so spice is used as a therapeutic target for analgesia. So basically use it to fry your nerves into not feeling anymore. That seems like some, that seems like a holistic solution. Is that what we would call that? Megan, welcome in. Good to see you. Good for nausea, capsaicin cream. Interesting. I can imagine like if you have like chronic congestion too, they might just be like, here, have a little bit of this. And then you're like, oh, I can breathe. It's kind of wild. It's like the, I've talked about this before. I think I've talked about this before. I need a cup of brown sugar for the topping. Yes, 1 cup of brown sugar. That's 198 grams. Okay, confirmed. The recipe calls for half a cup, so we are doubling it. There's 198 grams. Oop, this is going to come out. This is going to come out quicker than I want it to, isn't it? Yep, 60, 80. 194, 98. Perfect. Let's just switch those. I had a good hand position on that bag. There we go. 198. 60, 70, 80. Oh, 205. Close enough. Excuse me. It's liberating. There was a time where I enjoyed eating hot sauce for sport. As someone with chronic sinus problems, I do call my local Thai restaurant because they have better things for my sinuses than my pharmacist. Phoenix, yeah, right? Or like, is it burner on? It is on. It's definitely helpful. I don't know if it's supposed to be for that, but okay. I'm just looking at the topping now. We have our brown sugar. Butter is, I'm gonna need to get some more butter out, but I'm not gonna do that just yet. Cinnamon, a teaspoon of cinnamon. The flour is in there. Okay, so I do need to go back to the cinnamon. This calls for 1 teaspoon, so we need to put 2. Tori, see, what was your experience? Lethal levels of spice. When I was a kid, I worked at a camp, and it was a week-long overnight camp. And one of the campers one summer was going around with hot sauce, various hot sauces, giving people tastes of the hot sauce and being like, I bet you can't take this, blah, 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 you know, and people were like crying and whatever. It was what you'd expect. And he like dared me to do the thing. We had this thing at each meal called challenges and results of challenges. And you could like challenge somebody to something. So he challenged me to eat a spoonful of the hot sauce. And I was like, sure. And I did. And I was proud of myself because I held it together. It was painful, but I held it together long enough to just be like, yeah, it's all right. Like that kind of reaction. And the kid was like, oh my God, that was, that's wild. And I was like, cool, thanks for that hot sauce. And like, I turned around and walked back. We had a stage and I walked back up onto the stage and behind the curtain. And then from that point, I just like let it out and I was like crying. I jumped out of the window and went to the bathroom. It was on the first floor. I like literally jumped out of an open window and went to the bathroom. And on my way to the bathroom, I took my shirt off and I like plugged the sink with my shirt and just let the cold water run. And I was like just splashing it and like drinking it and putting my face in it and just crying. But that kid came up to me like at dinner. This was at lunchtime, by the way. And the kid came up to me at dinner and he's like, no, he's like, that was amazing. Like, I can't believe you ate that hot sauce. And I was like, yeah, totally. But would not do that again. I was like, this was in my youthful. I had a bit more vigor in that moment, and a few less stomach issues. Always crave spicy soup when I was stuffed up. Totally, it's great for it. 1 teaspoon of spice. I use 2 as the standard. Well, I am doubling it. So to be fair, like it does. I'm trying to double this one today, and I keep having to remember that I'm doubling it because, capsaicin, etc., doesn't do any actual damage to your body. It's just like physiological response from your pain receptors, but anything is lethal in sufficient doses. That's what I was asking earlier, Chris. Is like, does it actually like do anything to you, or is it just like a lot for your body, but you're not actually like harming yourself, right? Like if you have something that's super spicy and it causes your heart to race and your blood pressure to spike, and that causes a medical problem, like obviously it could cause that. But this calls for a pinch of salt in the toppings. So we're going to put a little bit of that in there. And then it also calls for salt in the cookies themselves. Like it calls for salt in the actual like flour, and I put some in there. So I think I'm just going to let the salt. The recipe says, hey, I personally add a little bit more salt, but I think I'm going to just let this one be because it was quite a bit of salt, at least in my estimation. Okay, so let's recap. We preheated the oven. We have our flour. So round 1 is here. We have our flour, our sugar, our butter, our egg. We have eggs. Okay, we are ready to go. I'm just like, when you batch everything, I like to do, so for Cookie Club specifically, I like to do everything kind of in like a big batch. Like, the phase of measuring is over. We're not going to measure anything else except cutting up the butter. So I kind of like to do it that way. Baker says back then when I was a kid, I doubt if it was like Dave's Insanity hot sauce. It's not. It was some sort of like localized, whatever, super spicy thing. A Frank's fan, Megan. Yes. And Frank's is, I feel like Frank's is like a baseline. If you're good with like a little bit of Frank's or like Cholula or something like that, anytime someone says like, oh, it's not too spicy, like you're probably going to be able to eat it. That's kind of how I consider it. People get heart attacks from spicy things, Phoenix. Yeah, it's not the actual heat. It's like the side effects of that on your body. It lowers the temperature. No actual damage. An immune response. Yeah, it messes with other systems. And I do use salt and butter, Jamie. You're right. Correct. Calvin texted me the other day. He was making mac and cheese, and he was like, "Where's the unsalted butter?" And I was like, "We don't have unsalted butter in the house." Robbie, welcome in. Vanilla. I read that as vanilla nerves. Like, your nerves are just vanilla. It's a chain of events down the line. Yes. Yeah. a weird roundabout way of saying yes. Yeah, like it definitely happens. If you eat something spicy, you know it. You know you're eating it. It's not a surprise. You know, it's definitely doing something. I know when I eat something spicy, it's doing something to my body. So, and it's doing something good, generally speaking. All I have is unsalted butter because that's what my mom buys. Reasonable. I think, here's my perspective on the butter situation, Pedro. I think it's just buy one. Either just buy salted butter or buy unsalted butter. The idea of like going the route through my fridge to get the one specific one, like I personally just use unsalted, or I use salted butter for everything because salted butter really isn't that much salt, and most things that people cook could use a little bit more salt. And I'm gonna taste it before I serve it anyway, so when I taste it, I'll know if I need more salt. Vanilla receptors are akin to vanilla. Interesting. All of the specific terms are kind of fascinating. Yeah, Jamie, it doesn't have much salt in it. That's exactly right. It's like it's so marginal. It's so marginal, but like most recipes will call for unsalted butter just because. Let's see, you use unsalted butter with your baking generally so I can control the amount of salt, even though there's not a lot of salt. Totally. For me personally, I use salted butter because I don't care. And I know that sounds like I'm just being a jerk, but like I don't. I've never like baked something and been like, man, this is too salty. Unless I chose to add an excessive amount of salt somehow. I've definitely baked things and been like, this needs salt. And so in my sort of lizard brain, that's where that comes from. Like I've never over-salted something through adding butter. I feel like every time something's been a little salty, I'm like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have put those extra 3 pinches of salt in there. That was a mistake. But I think if you want to be super precise when you're baking, it's also reasonable to just go ahead and follow the recipe, right? Extra salted butter. I'd probably stick with I'd probably stick with the regular butter, but I see your point. Pedro says, my conspiracy theory is that in New York City, when you order spicy food, they look at your skin and go easy on you if you're white. So a standard of what spiciest thing on the menu has gone down. So one time in New Jersey, I'm with friends and I order a spicy chicken and I specified burning hot spice level. I feel like there's some truth to that, like in general, and I don't really see an issue with that, because I feel like most of the folks that I know would want it to be a little less spicy and also happen to fit the profile of who you're talking about. Kerrygold is fermented when unsalted. Oh, interesting choice. I didn't know that. It's not a huge difference either way. Yeah, and to me, it hasn't made much of a difference. But I'm also not. No one's giving me critical feedback on the things that I'm making in a way of like you purchased this thing and now you're telling me it's like a little salty, right? If that was the case, then I would probably make a change. But most of the stuff is for me, or it's like, it's for reward, but it's also a bit. It's like not that deep for me, in my head. I like just having one kind of butter in the house. You know what I really hate? I hate when I get salted butter and for like a slice of bread, like a piece of bread and butter, right? And I use unsalted butter. Like that's why I don't have unsalted butter in the house. Really, that's like if we're really coming down to it, that's the reason. DJ Harley, welcome in. Hello, happy Tuesday. Okay, so let's here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read through this one more time. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anything, that I have out all the ingredients that I actually need to have out in order to process these cookies. What we're going to do is we're going to make a double batch. We're going to roll them by hand. We're going to roll all of them in the whole batch. And then I am going to put those in the fridge so that they can cool down for a little bit. Then we're going to make another batch, and we're going to start baking the first one while that one's being made. This is going to be my last pot of popcorn. So once that popcorn's done, I'll actually have my full attention available for the baking portion of today's stream. So let's just recap. Okay, for the cookies, we have 3 cups of flour in here, plus 2 teaspoons of baking powder. We have a full teaspoon of salt. We have 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. For this recipe, I need 2 sticks of unsalted butter. I need 1.5 cups of light brown sugar, packed, or light brown sugar, that's this. 1 large egg, so 2, doubling. So, sorry, y'all, this must be super confusing because sometimes I'm reading the doubled amount and sometimes I'm reading the single amount. 2 large eggs and 2 teaspoons of vanilla, which we will actually measure in the future. For the crumb topping, we have 1 cup of brown sugar, 1 stick of butter cut into pieces. So that's because that's for the topping. We're gonna leave that in the fridge now, but I've got my sticks of butter in the fridge. 2 teaspoons of cinnamon, 2/3 of a cup of all-purpose flour, and a pinch of salt. Okay, everything's measured. 100% of the ingredients that I need for this recipe, with the exception of the powdered sugar that gets used as a topping at the end, is measured. So I don't have anything, I should not have to measure anything else, and I should not have any measuring implements on my counter. Okay, we're good. Phase 2. Making and baking. Let's finish this. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna finish this pot of popcorn. I'm gonna let that be done. I am going to put my dry ingredients away and manage a couple things in the sink while we take a quick break. I'm gonna play some words on stream during that time. When we come back from that, we will mix and roll all the cookies from batch 1. We should be able to get through all of that. And then we'll put those in the fridge. And then we'll be well on our way. Bedroom, that's really funny. I couldn't even finish the tenors. Yeah. That is a super funny story about asking for it. Asking for, yeah, hit me with the hot stuff. And they're like, okay. That's kind of amazing. Adorable says, I've never tasted a difference between salted and unsalted. Yeah, and if there's like a specific one for a recipe, you'll grab it. Yeah. And that's fine too. I generally just like just not having to look at the butter when I reach into the fridge. I'm like, is it salted or is it unsalted? I just want all to be the same. Because if it's unsalted, then I'll just add salt every time. Also fine. Chris, I love that you were a crier. I too am a crier. Very frequently. Okay, we're gonna run a quick ad break. Here it comes. Here comes a game of words on stream. We'll be right back. I'm gonna dump this popcorn. BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition
Okay,
of
popcorn's
Commercials I
done.
Hate.
Popcorn is finished. Popcorn is finished. That's all that I'm going to make today. I have some left over from last time, like not a ton, but I have a little bit left over. So I think I have enough. I think I have enough popcorn for what we need. I think I do. Feels like I do. Okay, let's get I'm actually gonna get a drink here too while we're at it. Oh, I made iced tea the other day. I'm actually gonna get some of that because I made it and then I didn't drink it. Let's put these dry ingredients away first though, because those are finished and I am finished with them. And that means I can clear up some of the visual space on my counter, which is amazing. Not a huge fan of visual clutter. You wouldn't know it by existing in my house, but genuinely not. Okay, everything in the sink can go in the dishwasher, so I don't need to file any of that. Let's actually get a beverage here. Get a drink, wash my hands, get the gloves out, and then we can get started rolling these last guesses. 3, 2, 1. Super close. Pikachu. Unfortunately, was not available on that one. Oh. I made iced tea the other day, and I was like, I felt really smart. I was making a hot tea just in general, and I was like, oh, let me like brew some of this in a big like quart glass or quart jar, and I did. And now it's just in the fridge, and it was very, very refreshing. All right, let me wash my hands. And then we'll get to cooking. Get to cooking. Hey, if you are on Twitch, thank you for your patience. Welcome back. I appreciate you. Nobody likes the ads. It's true. Nobody, really, genuinely, nobody likes the ads. We run them while I'm doing things like washing my hands and putting things away in the cabinets and generally existing off of the camera for a few moments. Anyway, we have a couple more guesses here. Almost there. Couple more 4s. One more 5. We're getting there. We're very close. Last guesses, get them in. Get them in. Diddly-dee. Okay. We're back. Go 1. Now we hit that button. Then we hit this button. There we are. Crumb Delish, welcome in. Happy Tuesday to you. Hello. Phoenix, I appreciate your statement about using unsalted butter and adding salt stems from the amount of salt in different brands of salted butter varying. So to be exact and consistent, you just add your own. And you know what? That is the most... Of all of the things... Of all of the reasons that one might give, use unsalted butter, I feel like that one resonates the most with me. Because it is because it centers on consistency and control, and I appreciate that. Checking to see if Gwen is on her way to get Calvin. And she is. Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, so if I buy the same brand all the time, you're good. This is true, and I don't. So that's why I thought about it. I'm like, oh, I have no idea what this brand is like. Oh. Man, iced tea just hits sometimes. Okay, first things first, cream the sugar. No. Cream the butter. Okay, that works. Since butter's been out on the counter for long enough, it should be pretty soft. I'm gonna put these cookies in the fridge too, after they've been, after all the dough's been combined and they've been rolled. We'll see. I wanna see how soft they are. I might chill them for a few minutes before rolling. I may end up rolling them and then chilling them. It says to roll them and then chill them, so I think I'm probably gonna do that. But I don't know what they're, I don't know how soft they're gonna be. The butter's been out for a little while. It's pretty soft. The eggs are at room temperature. Obviously, all this stuff's at room temperature. So this is not getting added in. Okay, so we're going to, in the bowl of the same mixture fitted with the paddle attachment, cream the butter until smooth, about 2 minutes. Okay, well, it is certainly working. I need to add some like lines of delineation to this recipe because there's like it's weird. The paragraph, it's like broken up into paragraphs that are not, it's not easy to scan and just see where you left off. Like at the end of every step. Okay. And this also says to use parchment paper as opposed to a silicone mat. I'm going to use a silicone mat, but that may mean that they spread a little more. Because usually it's my experience that the silicone mats are hotter, they retain more heat, and so they make the cookies hotter on the bottom. So they spread more. Okay, this says 2 minutes, but I definitely feel like this butter is creamed and smooth. You could very easily spread that on any piece of toast that you wanted to, and it would be satisfying because the butter is salted. And see, that's exactly where my head is at. I don't want to have to think about adding salt when all I want is a piece of toast with butter. All right, let's give that another couple seconds though. And then we're going to add the sugar. We have our brown sugar. Continue creaming until fluffy, about 2 more minutes. So the sugar I will time. The butter is pretty soft, so I think I'm all set. I'm all set with that. I'm going to add the sugar. Let's turn that a little bit. There we go. And we're just going to let this stir for a second until it's starting to come together. And then we'll turn this on to higher than it was. There we go. And I'm going to do a 2-minute timer. Because I do want the sugar to be creamed in. Baking sheets. While that's going, baking sheets and my cooling racks. It doesn't, Phoenix. Adding salt on top of the butter, if you use unsalted butter on toast, does not taste the same. You're right. You're right. It's a different experience. Now, yeah, I mean, my preference was always just it's just for salted butter. Because I've just, like, as just a home consumer of it, I know that there's been multiple times where I've used unsalted butter and expected something salty, and, like, I don't know. I think baking is probably the application where you may notice it the most, right? If you're making, like, a butter cookie, for example, and it calls for unsalted butter, like, I would probably use unsalted butter in that scenario, because I want the flavor to be right. If it's a recipe where the butter is the star, I feel like you should maybe use what it calls for. If it's not, then I just personally see no reason. But again, I'm not gonna, if you're like, I've got both kinds in my fridge, you're making me feel bad. I'm sorry, and that's certainly not meant that way. You do what makes you feel good. I do what keeps it easier for me to manage my own refrigerator and my own cooking. Turn it on. Never noticed a difference. Maybe your taste buds are broken from the hot sauce. It's possible. It's possible. This looks pretty good. It specifically says until fluffy, and I don't know if fluffy is where we're at quite yet. So I'm gonna give this another second or two. Then we add the eggs, and vanilla. Okay, let me grab my teaspoon from over here, because we're gonna add a teaspoon of vanilla and then crack the eggs. Okay, turn that off. That's definitely fluffy now. There's a it started. I feel like fluffy, when you are talking about like creamed butter and sugar, fluffy is more of a sound than it is about a visual. Like it starts slapping around on the inside of the bowl, as opposed to just like sticking to the side and being mixed. It's definitely a distinction. Like there is a tonal difference between the two, in my opinion. Okay, we're adding the vanilla. How much vanilla? We're adding 2 teaspoons of vanilla. 1. This is what teaspoon? Yeah, that's a teaspoon. It is. 2 teaspoons of vanilla. Sit that with the eggs over there. And then 2 eggs. Crack 1. Crack 2. Yeah, Phoenix. Finishing salt is very different. It's funny because Calvin, we have a little container of finishing salt on the counter next to the salt and pepper. Like, I have a little container of finishing salt right here. Clearly. Super pretentious, right? And it's funny because Calvin, my son, is he'll make himself like toast or something in the morning, and he'll like put a little sprinkle of finishing salt on it, and I'm just like, woo, you bougie. But it really is, it is good though. Yeah, you gotta check. Crumb, you can't leave any shells in there. That's always a fun surprise. I don't want anyone getting shells in their cookies. No, thank you. Add the egg and vanilla, mix on low speed until incorporated. Add the flour mixture, mix on low speed until combined and cohesive. Good word. Jamie, it is kind of adorable. And it's funny because we'll be, like, it's definitely at the point where I have finishing salt in like my camping stuff too. Because some of the things that we have going camping, we'll do like a bagel with an avocado on it, right? That's like breakfast because that's super easy. You toast the bagel over the fire, you put the avocado on it, and he'll be like, "Do we have like the fancy salt?" And after a time or two of being like, "Oh no, I didn't bring any of that." Yeah, we're camping. I didn't bring any of that. You know, like now it's just in the kit all the time. It doesn't really go bad. Okay, now we're gonna add the flour little by little. Bedro, enjoy your afternoon. I hope the work that you're doing is both fulfilling and easy, perhaps enriching. If you're doing it for someone else, I hope they're happy with it and not hassling you to complete it. Okay. I added half the flour. Just going to give it a little stir. Just like pulses. Smoked salt. Yes. You've shared this love previously, and it's a unique one. I only ever use like regular, like whatever, like the Malden salts. Like I don't branch out much past that. Not that I couldn't be convinced. I just haven't. Okay, I'm gonna lock it in. Lock it in! Dana, welcome. Hello. Today, what are we doing today? We're making cookies today. It's Cookie Club Day. It was the only day this week that I had a long enough time that I could stream where I was like, oh, I can make cookies and finish them. Dana, did you go to the thing earlier today? The food and drink thing? I was hoping to go to the 8 p.m. one. For those of y'all who are participating or have joined the food and drink club, if you are a streamer, there's a Q&A later this evening at 8 p.m. Eastern. There was one earlier, which I was live for, so I did not attend. You subscribe to Malden Salt. No, that is, I don't use it that much. I don't use it that much to need it that much. I don't to have a recurring subscription. That is some dedication. Yeah, Phoenix, it's one of those things where I like just didn't have it in the kit, but it's there now, and I'm not gonna like not have it in there. Like it's easy to have in there. So why not? I've added lots of other stuff. I've added other things like that. I have Zatar in there. Some common stuff like crushed red pepper. I have curry, just like curry seasoning writ large, whatever that is. Do the one tonight? Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping to get to the 8 p.m. one. I'm hoping I'm not still streaming at 8 p.m. My clients frown if I'm watching Twitch. True. I would, as someone who goes to therapy regularly, I would be a little like, what are you doing over there? Why do you have one earbud in and keep laughing? A tub. I get one of those little boxes regularly, and that lasts like a year at least. The crunch is super satisfying. I forget to use it. Leslie says, if I walked into my therapist watching Twitch, I'd be excited. I would definitely be curious. My therapist definitely knows all about Twitch, knows all about streaming. It's a thing that's part of my life, so it definitely comes up sometimes. Usually in the form of discussion around anxiety. They had no idea what Twitch was. That also tracks. That's super funny. You're like, good, keep it that way. Don't ever look me up. Now, you walk in your therapist's office and they're watching your Twitch. That's different. That's when you're like, what's going on here? Form the dough in 1-inch balls. 12 balls per sheet. Plenty of space around. Easy. Okay. So let's get all of these onto a sheet pan. What we're going to do, we're going to add everything. Dana, I was thinking about a VOD, but like, wouldn't that be meta if you walked in? Mine would just be like, get out. No, absolutely not. For any of y'all who go to therapy regularly, does it ever feel like you got a little feather in your cap when your therapist shares something about their life with you? And you're like, ooh, I got a little something. Some folks like that. Some folks have that sort of. Some folks develop that rapport, etc. I don't know. That happened to me recently, and I was like, oh my detail. It was kind of funny. Expect an intervention, Phoenix. Yeah, like something's up. Something's up. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. So it says approximately 1-inch balls. We're gonna measure what that means, so that we can actually quantify an amount here. So I should have enough dough. Should have enough dough for 48 cookies, it says. I don't believe that. That doesn't look like 48 cookies. But we'll see. I wish I knew how much this bowl weighed. Maybe that, did I write that on the bottom? No. Sometimes I write on the bottom of the bowl what it weighs. I forget that I do that, so. All right, but anyway, let's see. 1 inch. 1 inch is a lot smaller than I imagine it to be. Like 1 inch is always like, oh, I don't know, for some reason. So let's see. I'm just gonna get like I'm getting a ruler out to have like a little visual here. Size queen. Yeah, I mean, like, listen. It's like if you were like, is this 1 inch, right? And I think it's not the size. I would be like, that's a 1-inch ball. But if I measure this is 1.5 inches. And if I measure it that way, it's also 1.5 inches because it's a sphere. But it's larger. So I think 20 grams. Let's see what a 20 gram cookie. I wonder how much these spread. We're making a bunch. So if I start cooking these and they're not as large as I want them to be, we'll just make it a 3 cookie month. Who knows? If you're brave enough, it's 1 cookie. It's true. What if you just spread that out onto one of these? What if I just spread it out onto one of these sheet pans, and instead of making round cookies for Cookie Club, I just cut these like a big sheet pan cookie? There's an idea. 20 grams also makes it a lot easier to measure. So we're going to go with that. Make giant cookies for the markets. And I feel like people expect, yeah, it's like people, giant cookies are definitely a big thing now. I did not mean it I did not mean to say it that way. They are, yes, obviously they're a big thing. But I mean, I feel like we're in the phase of giant cookies now that looks a lot like the phase of like cupcakes like 15 years ago. You remember when like everyone made cupcakes? Everybody had like a, you know, there was like cupcake stores popping off everywhere. And now there aren't. I feel like that's what it's like with giant cookies now, which is great. I feel like if you were a cupcake store, now you can just make giant cookies and there you go. Learning geometry. Learning geometry, indeed. Geometry was one of the few math subjects that I did really well in because it had to do with letters and not numbers. Same thing with chemistry and science. You like balancing an equation with literally just letters, and somehow my brain understood it. Yeah, Dana, the cupcake vending machines, like all those things. Big cookies are definitely in. Delivery cookies are definitely in. Like Insomnia and whatever the other ones are. Insomnia is the big one in Philly that is, you can order cookies up until like, yeah, I think you can order until like 2 o'clock in the morning or something ridiculous like that. Kind of wild. So we're just going to roll this whole batch and see. I think what I'd actually love to do. These look to be about the right size, honestly. I think these are probably going to be just about perfect. If they spread, I mean, they'll spread a little bit. And if I wanted them to spread maybe maximally, I maybe don't cool them down, but I'm reluctant to not do that because it really does say to do that in the directions. So as much as I want to look at this recipe and be like, oh, maybe it doesn't need to cool, maybe they don't need to have any time in the fridge. I also just kind of want to default to that. And like I said, we are quadrupling this recipe at the moment. So if it ends up that these cookies are pretty small, what I will end up doing is just baking more of them. My plan is to freeze a bunch of these in addition to just baking them. So if they're very small, I'll just put 3 in a package and I'll make an extra tray or 2. I'll bake off an extra tray or 2 of them. Instead of trying to figure out whether or not these are the right size currently. Phoenix says, I can't justify the price of Insomnia cookies. They're warm and fresh, but they aren't really anything special. No, I don't disagree with you. There's a reason that I keep a bag of rolled cookie dough balls in the freezer so that I don't have to order Insomnia cookies when I get a craving. Or that I don't have to like do anything additional. I can just put a couple of cookie balls on the counter, wait 10 minutes, put them in the, basically I put them out on the counter, I turn the oven on. When the oven's on, they're thawed enough to go in the oven, and then I cook them all on the same sheet pan for the same amount of time, no matter how big the ball is or what type of cookie I think it might be. And none of them are labeled, so it's always just a nice little surprise. Infamous, welcome in. A cooking stream indeed. It is a cooking stream. That is usually what we do here. I often am cooking, mostly I'm cooking. I would say probably 3 of every 4 streams on this channel are a cooking stream. The 4th is IRL, and we go out in the world. Are we going to do that tomorrow? I don't know. I think tomorrow we're going to be cooking again. I've had a very... I didn't mean to tear my scale. Okay, it's fine. I was just enjoying the number counting up. Because I'm removing from the bowl. Anyway, it's the little things. Anyway, Tomorrow, I think we're going to be doing some kitchen projects. I have a couple things that need doing, and I was thinking about making some sort of like pastry thing tomorrow. Last year, I made a shoe pastry, and it worked really well and was quite good and tasty, and it went nicely with strawberries, and I have a lot of strawberries, so I might do that. I might maybe make some sort of like angel food cake. I may also make those garlic cookies from the recipe. I have all of my notes ready to go. I need to like clean them up. But I may try to do that. So we'll see. Tomorrow is definitely going to be a cooking stream, unless I get super inspired to get out of the house and do something else entirely. I'm always inspired to get out of the house, but like, yeah. We are just rolling cookies here. So my thought is I'm rolling all of these, and I'm gonna cool them all at the same time on this sheet pan as I mix up the next batch. And then I'll mix the next batch as these start to, or I'll bake the next batch as I'm rolling more from this one. There we go. Okay. Cyborg, welcome in. Yes, Baker, freezer ball cookie convert. The freezer ball, the cookie dough in the freezer is legit a lifesaver sometimes when you're like, damn, I just want a cookie so bad right now. You can have just one cookie. It's amazing. Cyborg, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. It is absolutely a game changer. I have the wisdom of the internet to thank for that one. That is not an independent thought that I had. That was my friend Megan talked about it on her Instagram one time, and I was like, of course I should be doing that. Like, what? Why am I not doing that? And I try, pretty much every time I make cookies, I try to add like a couple cookies to the bag, like a couple frozen balls. Because it is fun when you open the bag and you pull out like a cookie ball. You're like, what kind of cookie is this? Sometimes you can tell and sometimes you can't, which is part of the fun. It does allow you to eat just one cookie. It allows you to, at least allows you to, it allows you to have the experience of deciding whether or not you really do want another cookie, because you have to wait for it. You bake them all at once, all of a sudden they're mostly gone, and you're like, what happened? Right? And now you can pull out one and it takes 15 minutes from start to finish. And then you're like, oh, is it worth it? Do I really want another one of those? Or should I just go to bed? You should always just go to bed. Always. Okay. These are looking pretty good. And there are supposedly, there would be 48 cookies in this bowl. It actually seems like there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I have 30 on this tray right now. We might actually make that. The number of cookies that it says. I chose bed last night, Baker. I did not. You chose bed. I did not. I also did not choose to stand in front of the fridge and snack. I am in this season of life trying not to do that. Though I do enjoy it. I'm trying not to just mindlessly eat after like 10 p.m. because that is a thing that I absolutely do. And I'll be like making myself snacks, frying an egg, like whatever. I am being better about when I'm like, all right, I need to like eat something and it's like later. Lately I've been really into the cucumber, like just sliced up cucumbers and like chili oil and like something else, like a little onion, or what did I put in there recently? Cheese, like a little feta. Those are pretty good. Phoenix, one fresh cookie out of the oven. There is something definitely special about one fresh cookie out of the oven. And you know, I'll also say this about the cookie balls. If you let them thaw on the counter for a little bit, you can mash a few of them together and it's still just one cookie. Counts as one. So don't let me tell you how to live your life, but that is also, you know, if you're going to have one, you could maybe have one that used to be two or three. When to become one. Scale says 420. Teehee. All right, we're almost there. This made a lot more cookies than I thought it was going to. And I will say that these are, I did measure them. They are an inch across, roughly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are slightly more than an inch. Something's gone wrong. I'm just kidding. They're fine. Nothing's going wrong. Okay, we've got some like shake down on the bottom of this. So I'm gonna like give this a little stir, get these little bits that have fallen in. And then we'll do the last couple cookie balls here. Probably about 10 more in here, maybe, if I'm estimating. So these also, they seem pretty easy to bake. You know what we'll do? We'll do this round of cookies. We'll do the next round of cookies. Then we'll make the topping. At some point, I should be putting a big pot of water on the stove for dinner. What time is it? Just about 15:37. Okay, so we're doing pretty well for time. I would say, I was talking about this earlier, my sort of like the natural clock, internal clock that's like, am I running on time or not? Right now, my internal clock is like, there's an alarm going off. There's an alarm going off because I feel like I'm behind now. But I also feel like I saved a bunch of time by like pre-prepping all my ingredients. So we'll see. It says to flatten these and then cool them. I don't have really enough space to do that on this tray, to flatten each of them. So I think I'm just going to cool them for as long as it takes for me to make this next batch. And then we'll start popping them in the oven. Okay. An easy way to package single servings of brownie batter that would fit in a singular muffin tin to get all the edges. Could you do that? Could you just freeze? I wonder if you could freeze brownie batter in a muffin tin. Like, what if you froze it, like you mixed it and froze it in like a paper cup or something like that? And then that's one where you would have to let it thaw. But I feel like that would work. There's nothing in there that's going to get messed up. in like a standard brownie. Like you can freeze all the ingredients in it. I bet you could put brownie batter in a vacuum sealer and just save it in the fridge. And ooh, what if you put brownie batter in like an icing bag? You'd still have to eat it though. You'd still have to like get to it in a specific amount of time. Freezing the particulars of freezing a loose liquid. Right. Right. And that's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking, like put it in the muffin cup. That way when you thaw it, you can put the cup like back in the muffin tray. But it would still probably thaw in, I don't know, probably thaw in about an hour. Then you'd really have to decide, do I want one brownie? In that situation, I'm pretty sure you're always making two. One would like never be enough. And then it's like, well, if I want another one, it's, we're like an hour out from one more brownie. But you could, of course, always just make a mug cake, which I made for the first time the other day and was really satisfying. And I have thought about it basically every day since then. All right, we're almost there. Bowl is looking a little empty. You can see it on the overhead here. Almost. I also tasted a little bit of the dough when I was off the beater when I put it in the sink, and it definitely has like crumb cake notes, which is really nice. It should. It's supposed to. And it does, which is always nice. Definitely always choose a fresh brownie. I do not disagree with that statement at all. The mug cake was very satisfying. The mug cake was kind of brownie-like. It wasn't very dense. It was kind of like loose and like chocolatey. I also made a chocolate one, or I made a chocolate one. So it was pretty good. I would make it again. I will make them again because the intention of making them the first time was to like see how easy it was, and like it having been very easy, I'm now definitely a convert. Okay, got one more cookie left in here. So all of these, almost one cookie. This isn't quite one. How many do we have on this tray? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 26, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 40, 54. So we actually more than doubled that batch, which is great. That's a good thing. Okay, let's get these into the refrigerator for just a few moments. We're going to clean my bowl, and then we're going to make a second double batch of these. Let's get these in the freezer. There we go. Hold on. There we are. Not freezer. Fridge. Refrigerator. They're not going in the freezer. Timer. Where's my timer? Here's my timer. I'm just going to set a count up timer so that I have a tracking like how long they've actually been in there, because I might forget. Not that I might forget. I won't forget that they're in there, but if I don't do that, there's no way I'm going to know any information about how much time they've been in there. Okay. This looks good. That looks good. Let's get our second round of dough, mixed up. I need to clean the bowl first though. So let's do that. Slinka, welcome in. Welcome in. Man, iced tea, so good. That particular iced tea is excellent. John, I know. I don't actually. Funny. Some days on stream, I feel like I'm just very like I have an insatiable thirst, and nothing is. I can't like do anything but drink water and liquids. And most days I don't. So it's very rare, I think, when I consume a lot of beverage on stream. It's becoming less rare as it gets hot and warm outside, and is in fact quite warm in this room where I am right now. So that has something to do with it for sure. Okay, rinsing off the bowls, and then we're going to clean. But again, everything is ready for the next batch. So no measuring. I'm just going to start by whipping the butter, and we should be able to get the next batch done and in rolling pretty soon. So I think we're going to roll, I'm going to roll all of these cookies. I'm going to roll both batches. And then we're going to make the amount of cookies that I need, plus extras. And then we'll freeze the rest. So that's going to be the process here. And I know that at the moment, I'm just this sort of detached, ambiguous voice from the void. But that's because I didn't turn the camera on my sink. Because it's a sink, and I don't know. Because I was self-conscious about all this stuff that's in it, and I didn't want to do that. So I didn't. Okay, but we're ready to go on this next batch. Let's get this underway quick here. Again, should not take too long because everything's already ready. And once that's done, all we have left out here on the counter are the crumb toppings and the YRX. So again, we're just batching. I'm sort of batching all of this, all the aspects of this. At the same time here. So right, butter, cream the butter. No sink shame. Yeah, it wasn't, no, I didn't feel like anyone was doing that. I just felt like I was like, it's just a dirty sink. It's like, it's got flour and like sugar all in it right now. It's like how, you know how when you have friends coming over, right? And you spend like 20, maybe more. I certainly spend more because I'm conscious of it, self-conscious of it. But you spend like a little bit of time. Anyone's coming over your house and you spend like a little bit of time like cleaning up, right? Like just putting the shoes in like in line in the hallway and not like all over the place. Like, you know, maybe taking the dirty dishes off the living room table, like, or whatever, that kind of thing. I like to do that with the sink before I show the sink, even if it's just dirty dishes. I don't like it to be like, it's like too real. It can't be too real. Like it's gotta be a little bit of like, whatever, shoving everything in a closet. That's true. And then you're like, at the end of it, you're like, where did I, you know, it'll be like a couple days later, you're like, where did I put that thing? And you're like, oh, yes, it's gone forever. This butter looks great. It's been out on the counter for a while, so I would say this is smooth. Cream the butter until smooth. About 2 minutes, it says. This is super smooth. It's not going to get smoother than that. Then we're going to add the brown sugar. So brown sugar is where? There's the brown sugar. Add our brown sugar. Let's scrape down the inside of this bowl just a little bit. I love that experience of tidying, the sort of like, you know, getting everything looking nice in a hurry. I love that. I'm very good at that. I like to tidy The other day when Gwen and Calvin were gone, Gwen took Calvin to the movies on Sunday, and I got myself really stoned, and the one that makes you feel motivated and organized, that one, a sativa, and I tidied the house for 4 straight hours, and when I tell you I cleared out all the visual clutter, like all of it. It's back now. It's like all back. Speaking of Gwen and Calvin, they have just arrived home. I hear them arriving. So for the uninitiated, it may be a little bit noisy in here. They're going to come in. There's going to be some settling. There's going to be probably a lot of yelling and a lot of like noise. It's very likely that I will be distracted for a bit of that. So like if I miss your chat in the next like 10 to 15 minutes, sorry. Jordy, welcome in. Good to see you. All right, we're making cookie batch number 2. Actually, cookie batch number 3 and 4, because cookie batch number 1 and 2 is in the refrigerator. We're creaming the butter and sugar together. This is about a 2-minute process. Once this is finished, it's going to be the top of the hour. So right about at the top of the hour, maybe a little bit before, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to play some words on stream. We're going to run a 3-minute ad, and we're just going to do the overhead camera with rolling out cookie balls. So FYI. Hi, Glenn. Okay. See how his keys? Okay. His keys are what tells you where he is. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Sounds good. Was there anyone else there? Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, if he has a friend there, then like that's cool. Okay. Yeah, and it's not like he can communicate with the keys. It's just the location, you know. So. Okay, it's about 2 minutes. We're almost to fluffy. Remember, this says it needs to be fluffy. Samkin, welcome in. Good afternoon. Hey, that's 6,300 total check-ins. That's a nice satisfying number. All right, this is 2.5 minutes, and it sounds fluffy. How's it going? It's going well, Samkin, and there's never any attendance policy. It's always nice to see you. I completely understand when you say it's been busy. It has been very busy here too. It is the end of the school year. So we're in that time where it's like concerts, multiple orchestra concerts, field day. There's like dress down days at school. There's like, yeah, dress down days. There's like wear team colors days. There's schedule changes because before school care is not running anymore this week. Orchestra is not running this week, so like accounting for that. So yeah, this is the time of year that it is for a lot of people, kids, no kids, whatever, just like everything's popping off all at once. First garden in 3 years to put in. Congratulations. That's amazing. What is is your garden utilitarian? Is this a lot of vegetable, produce, edible types of stuff? Or is it like a native plant garden? Do you have a bee garden? Just the kind of things you like to look at garden? Super satisfying. Okay, butter's creamed together, sugar's creamed together. Add the egg and vanilla. Okay, 2 teaspoons of vanilla, 2 eggs, 1, 2. I don't think I need a teaspoon for anything else. Do not. I don't need the vanilla for anything else either. 2 eggs. We got 1. And 2. Okay. There is a shell in there. Saw it go in. I see it now. Come on. I got you. Got it. I know there's a bunch of ways to get shells out, but I like doing the tine of the fork. You press it down and you kind of like spear it against the side of the bowl, and then you slowly slide it back up. So welcome back. Cookies are going great. I have the first 2 batches in the fridge. I haven't baked them yet, but they're like, we're about to bake. We're gonna take a quick ad break, and then we're gonna bake after that. All we're gonna do is bake for like a solid hour and a half after that. Samikin says you planted some herbs, extra parsley, and dill. Various tomatoes, peppers, eggplants. Amazing. You've got a nice like utility garden with some stuff that comes up in the fall too. That sounds really nice. 2 types of raspberries. Oh, and peaches. I love peaches. I love peaches. I can't wait for peach season. Peaches are one of those like late summer fruits. Out of the egg, out of the vanilla. Okay, now we add the flour, and it says to sift these together. So let's do that over a bowl, so I'm not trying to sift these into this mixing bowl and sifting around the actual paddle attachment. I don't want to do that. So much dill for the pickles. Sophia, do you have a pickle plan this year? Do you have like a goal in mind? But yeah, last year we did 700 jars, and those were rookie numbers. That's when I say a goal, that's what I mean. Okay, let's get this flour in here. I'm gonna put half of this in, we'll mix. Put the other half in, we'll mix. And then we will start doing some cookie balls moments after. All right, that is incorporated. And now the rest of the flour. And whoa. Whoa. See, is why you wear an apron. Okay, how much of that came out? Not all that much. Should be good. I just turned it up to 11 real quick by accident instead of 100 pounds of pickles. More bread and butter. They're a big hit. What are you like out of them right now? How long into the winter dare I say that spring? How long does that volume of pickles last? Okay, I did manage. I managed to get it everywhere. Okay, now this is going to become a floor towel, which I need to wipe the floor. I'm not going to like clean up right now, but I need to wipe that flour out from underneath of my feet. There we go. Okay. Because otherwise I will trip on it. And that is not what I'm trying to do today. Okay. Let's get this mixer cleaned off. And I'm gonna mix one more round here. I'm scraping down the inside of the bowl here. Get all this flour, make sure that I don't have a little like flour pot pit at the bottom. I do not. So a couple more seconds of mixing and we're good to go. My other cookie dough has been in the oven now for about a little over 15 minutes. So that should be pretty good to go. And I wonder if I could... I wonder how long I'm wondering if I should start baking those before rolling these. I kind of don't think so, because while I'm doing the other ones and baking those, I can also be lightly getting dinner together, which would be helpful. And I think that timing-wise, that might be more efficient than trying to bake and then roll again, because they are also very different disciplines. And I would rather have all of the cookie balls ready to go and just do it that way. So for the sake of time, for the sake of efficiency, I think we're going to do it. We're just going to keep rolling these and then we'll start baking. Usually lasts a year, so says I don't like to crack open the new pickles to at least December if I don't have to. Okay. I was imagining that you were going to say something like, oh, it's like 6 months. It's good that 100+ pounds of pickles lasts a good amount of time like that. If I had stores of pickles around, I would eat more of them. Like, I would definitely eat more. I don't pickle anything currently myself, or really ever. I've never actually pickled anything other than like quick pickled red onions. So I don't I eat a lot less pickles than I think I would like to, because I just don't want to buy them, frankly. That's like the sort of the calculus that I'm making, is like, well, they would be expensive if I continued to do that. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get out another sheet pan. I'm going to line that one with parchment paper. And then we're going to start rolling. We're going to roll all of this cookie dough into balls. Once we do that, we're going to make the streusel topping, which seemed pretty easy. And then we're just going to start baking cookies. Then we're going to do nothing but baking until then. And in between baking, we may start getting some dinner stuff ready. Pickle in August and September. How long do pickles last for? Or at the roof of my mouth? That's the worst. That literally is this awful. I hate when you burn something in your mouth and it's just like numb. And you like can't do anything about it for like days. Big jars of Sam's Club. And your 3-year-old brings it to you all the time. That's a great reason to keep a kid around, so they can bring you shit. I feel that for sure. Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to play some Words on Stream. During the Words on Stream, I'm going to get started rolling these cookie balls, because that's kind of what I want to do. So here comes a game of Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you don't like hearing the ads, you can just go subscribe on YouTube and mute your Twitch tab. Anyway, here we are.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I'm gonna start doing these cookie balls, because they are not going to roll themselves. Oh, it's only 1600. I also am like, Calvin's home a lot earlier today. Or no, sorry, Calvin's not home. Gwen just said that Calvin is not home. He did not come in the door. He is in a known location. All right. Come on, Scale, you can do it. The Scale's like, I'm trying, I just can't measure up today. Well, no one's asking you to measure up. We're actually asking you to measure down because we're removing things from the bowl as and then the weight is getting less. So that was a good one. That was a weird one. I don't remember what that one's from. All right, another casual glance at the sink. It looks like pretty much everything in there can go in the dishwasher, so we're going to just let that happen. Okay. Still got about a minute 30 left on our ad break. Was that a completed board? Did we get that board? Or no? It made the sounds, but I didn't see if we got the last one. We did. Okay. Thanks for confirming. All right, I'm going to be a little bit more judicious about how I sit these cookie balls down on this tray because the last one, they were a bit all over the place, and then I had to like move some of them to make room. So let's do a little bit. Let's do better this time. Not that I will carry those lessons over to any future endeavors, but here we are. Let's see. When we come back, we're going to do the overhead view. If I remember. It's only 20 seconds from now, so you never know. You never know. We might not. All right. Ads are just about over. Wow. We did it? I think that was, it looked like it could have been a good one. Good work. Welcome back. If you are on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out during the ad. Uncommon, welcome in. Tatsu, welcome in. Chris, I love that. I love that. I don't know if Liz is still here, but certainly we will pass the word along. All right, and we're gonna it's gonna keep moving here. So each of these is 20 grams, and last time, what did this do? I think this made, it was like 50 some cookie balls in the last batch, which is pretty good. It more than doubled the amount that it said it was supposed to make. It said it was supposed to make 24 cookies per single batch, and so obviously 48 in a double, but it made a little bit more. It was like 150. Yeah, it was like 50 some. That was kind of cool. 80. And I figured we'd do this view for a little bit because we haven't done an overhead view in a while. Uncommon says we made a cake mix cookie, the devil's food cake. Super. How did you turn it into a cookie from the cake mix? Devil's food cake is a favorite of mine. One of the favorites. I like really chocolatey stuff sometimes. Like when you get a craving for it, you know, it's like, it's gotta be, you gotta have it. Are we pro-nomming raw cookie dough or not? Yeah, I do. I understand that there are risks. I think for me personally, I'm like, yeah, go for it. You want to have like a little bit? Sure. I probably would not eat like a lot of it just because it's like cookie dough, because it's raw. I don't know. Like I would have like a little, I'd pull off a little pinch, you know what I mean? But I'm not gonna like I'm not getting out the spoon. But that's just a me thing. I'm willing to put my life on the line, Chris says. I mean, hey, that is that is what I understand will happen. I understand if you eat raw cookie dough that you just immediately perish. That's what I thought, but I could be wrong. Chris is grabbing his spoon. I mean, yeah, like I'm not gonna probably roll off like a big old ball of dough and pop it in my mouth, but I'll have a little piece. 4 spoonfuls in. Yeah, it's like you. And there I was, caught in front of the refrigerator, cookie dough bowl in hand. Doctor's orders, right? The doctor says it's okay to just have like a little bit of cookie dough for a treat for your mental health. Listen, if eating cookie dough in a very small amount makes you happy, go ahead. If eating a cookie dough makes you feel anxious because you feel like it's going to make you sick, then maybe don't. I'm in the camp of I'm definitely one of those folks that's like, I've been eating little bits of cookie dough for my entire life. I don't see myself stopping now, and I acknowledge that there are risks. How do you get on the list for consumer reports when stuff gets like recalled? Not that we're going to do that anymore, but how do you can you just like get an email when they're like, hey, flour is not good right now, maybe don't eat it? Like how do people even know that? Like, how does that information get distributed? This is not a rhetorical question. I legitimately don't know. It's like you know, I'll hear about it because it's like I'll hear about it on like the local news, but certainly that's not the only outlet where that information is being disseminated. Maybe I'm wrong. That's fine. Botulism is in now, so we're allowed to botulize again. Cookie dough ice cream. Temperature should mitigate bacterial growth. Well, I would imagine that the cookie dough ice cream is probably like, what do they do to it? Like, certainly it's not just like completely, totally raw, right? I bet you there's science involved. Food safety things are happening. That is certainly one way of putting it. Kathy, they are coming along. They are nothing's baked yet, but I have almost everything rolled. This is I made 2 double batches, and this is the end of this is the second of the double batches that I'm currently rolling into ball form. So once we do start baking, it's gonna move pretty quickly, and then I'm gonna get dinner. Like I said, I'm gonna get dinner together basically like at the same time. Hopefully, that's my goal, is to start getting dinner together at that time. Sign up for emails at foodsafety.gov. Well, that's good to know. A piece of this one fell off, so we're gonna do this again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like, you know, you hear about it. It's like every year there's something. There's always something. Like, don't eat arugula or you're gonna get listeria. Like, these are the arugula SKUs that you should not eat. Like, I want that information. The one with ice cream has no eggs. Got it. Eggless cookie dough. Totally. I bet you Chris, I am 100% positive that there is a recipe on the internet for like snackable cookie dough. The E. coli from raw flour. What if you bake the flour first? Could you do that? Could you bake the flour at, 400 degrees for 20 minutes or something? I literally just made those numbers up. I have no idea if that's accurate. Yeah, pasteurized eggs, baked flour. That seems like it would, I'm guessing that's how it's done. Like, if I'm venturing a guess as to how they can sell cookie dough ice cream, it's gotta be that. Non-egg versions with cooked flour and nut flour. Ooh, nut flour, probably not. Nut flour is probably, that would be probably a specific like flavor. Currently on eggs. Currently a recall on eggs. That seems bad. This is one of those You mean I bought them for as expensive as they are? What do you mean they're not good? I stay getting my eggs from the farmer's market, and so the sort of like broad poultry farm scenario I'm a little bit thankful to avoid. The chickens that lay the eggs that I buy are generally just like farm chickens. They're ungraded eggs. Oat flour, yeah. I don't think I've ever actually used oat flour to bake with. I feel like I've used nut flours before. I've used different types of flour, but definitely never oat. I've used oats in baking many times, though. Eggs, chicken, and milk are sus, since they let off the dairy food quality inspectors. Right. Just vibes. How are the vibes on these eggs today? We feeling good about these eggs? Great. I'll take 2 dozen. Here's the deed to my house. All right, we're getting there. Chickpea flour, yes. I have some of that in the cabinet, but I forget what it was from. I like a nut flour. Chris, I made a bunch of months ago, like more than 12. One of the Cookie Club cookies was a thumbprint cookie, and it used pecan flour for like a full half of the flour in the cookie, and they turned out really good. They tasted, they were very nutty. They definitely were nutty. When green eggs in hand becomes reality. A one-way international ticket. Yeah, when they just are green as opposed to being intentionally green. Check, please. All right, we're almost there with this. This dough. Just getting the little bits off the bottom. Okay. So my plan, again, is I'm going to finish this. We're going to pop these cookies, this tray of cookies, in the fridge. I'm going to get the streusel topping together. These are crumb cake cookies, so they have like a little buttery, floury crumble topping. I'm going to make that, and then we're going to start baking these cookies, and then we're just going to bake until they are totally finished. I'm going to bake as many as I need, and we're going to bake all of them before packaging. So we're going to bake them all, let them cool, dust them with a little bit of powdered sugar, and then we'll start packaging them when they are relatively cool. If they are taking a while to cool down, we're going to change focus for just a little bit while that happens and start making dinner. Because dinner is also going to be part of the stream today, because we're going to eat dinner because the people that live in my house, self included, would like to eat dinner tonight. So Na Hatai cookie. Semolina, chickpea flour, base, short cookie. Ooh, nuts and seeds like pistachio or sunflower. Excellent. Liz just posted, one of our moderators, just posted in Discord recently us a like savory cookie recipe that had pistachio that looked real good. If you want to learn all about go bags, Kanara has a VOD for you. If you're a prepper, Chris, you wouldn't even have to pack your bags. That shit would be ready at the door. I'm not a prepper. I would like to be a prepper, but I don't feel like I have it in me. $20.30. We're almost there. We're almost there. The only prepping I do is meal prep, right? Yeah. That is, I do a lot of that. That reminds me, I need to text my neighbor. I wanted to do another prep stream of like a bunch of just like post birthing foods to have like in the freezer. My other neighbor gave birth a couple like last year, and I did something for them. And now the neighbor on the literal other side of my house is about to have a kid. I think she's due at the end of this month. So I kind of feel a little bit of a time crunch there. Nova, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello. 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 All right. Just about there. Got a few left in here. And then we'll get to the baking. We are going to get to the baking today, I promise. Gwen came in and told me when she said Calvin was going to come home by, but I forget. I think it was 17:30. I'm thinking about timing. If he comes home at 17:30, he is probably going to want some iPad time. So that gives me plenty of time. Okay. I was feeling a little pressed for time earlier. I said the kind of alarms were going off, but then what happened was I was feeling pressed because I hadn't put anything in the oven yet, but now I'm sort of like feeling good because I've got almost all of my dough rolled into balls. Which is great. So I was feeling pressed for time, and now I'm feeling slightly better. Also, dinner tonight is not anything, there's no recipe or anything, so I feel like dinner tonight I can sort of, I can make however big or small I want to. We're going to do a pasta, so if I get caught up and don't end up having any time, we'll just do something simple, and if I end up having a much time, I will obviously overcomplicate it. Flashbacks is rolling 10 kilograms of protein snack mix into 80-gram balls. I mean, you just, what do you do in that situation, Nova? Just put on a podcast and send it? So like this, I'm gonna eat that. That's like my tolerance level right there. Not tolerance, but that is a satisfying amount of cookie dough. Okay, we have our cookies ready. These are going to go in the fridge now. Need to make the streusel or make the crumb topping, and then once that's made, we'll be on to the baking. Okay, just got to make sure this doesn't fall over in here, because That would be bad. How are these? Oh yeah, those are good. Those are firmer, quite a bit firmer. Fantastic. All right, let's get our. We're gonna keep getting, like, we're keeping on clearing the counter. So things are going away, and now all I have left on the counter are my wire racks and the streusel setups. So let's just do one of these now. I do need to chop up some butter for this, but like that's super easy. We'll just chop it up and toss that in. We'll mix it by hand with some gloves and get that incorporated, and then we'll start making cookies. I need my cookie sheets for baking. They're ready to go. Cooling racks are ready to go. I have our powdered sugar. That is going to go in a bowl. So put a little bit of that in a bowl. That's for later, but that's how that's going to get handled. And okay, topping. For the crumb topping, we combine all the ingredients. Using your hands, knead the mixture until it comes together into a streusely topping. Pinch together bits to form crumbs. Sprinkle a bit of the crumb mixture on top of each cookie. Press it to make sure it's firmly on top. Easy enough. Okay, so for this, I need a whole stick of butter. Each of these is a whole stick of butter cut up. So what we're also going to do, let's see. I'm going to make one of these, and then if I guess I'll just make two. I'm going to make two, because if I don't end up using it today, I can put it in the fridge and it'll stay good for a little while, and I'll just find something to use it on. So why not? So I'm going to cut up, I was thinking, I'll cut up one now, and then if I need it, I'll cut up the other one later. I'm going to cut up both of them now. I'm going to cut up a stick of butter. One stick of butter goes in each of these bowls. I'm going to put one of them in the fridge, just without... No, I'm not. I'm going to make two. Why are... Luke, don't complicate things like that. If you're going to get your hands dirty in one, just get your hands dirty in the other one, and then put that one in the fridge. If you're going to save it anyway, why save the effort until later? You know, you're right. Good. I'm glad we talked through that. Okay. Sometimes you just have to, like, talk. Cut into pieces. Okay. So we're going to cut this into little pieces. I'm going to cut it in thirds, and then in thirds again. And then we're going to cut this into chunks, just like this. Little pieces, and those can go directly into the bowl if they're stuck on the knife. Let's do that. Beautiful. Okay. Topping bowl number one. Sometimes you do have to talk yourself out of stupid shit, Nova says. No, that is true. Well, sometimes I have to talk myself either... Mainly it's out of overcomplicating something. Like, I don't know if you were following, like, word for word what I was just saying, but what I was suggesting to do for myself was I was going to cut the butter, but then, like, just put it in the fridge like this and mix it by hand, like, when I needed it. Well, initially I was like, am I even going to make a second batch of this? To which I was like, of course I am, because all the stuff's still on there and whatever. Yeah. So sometimes, most of the time when I'm talking about something, I'm making sure that I'm getting doing all the things that need to happen, but also trying to consolidate effort in some way. Liz, I know, right? Liz, Chris Hangry was thankful for the gift sub that you shared earlier, and had said that a little bit ago. But I don't know if you were. I don't know if you were attentive. I do not think you were attentive in that moment, but I wanted to pass that along as you're saying hello now. Laziness is sometimes a motivator. Laziness is always a motivator. Uncommon. Efficiency. I like to call it efficiency. I don't want to cut the butter twice. I don't want to like do the thing twice. I'm going to do it once. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, they said that they're like, oh, it's been a couple of hours and I just realized I haven't gotten an ad. Which was cute and funny. Okay, so we're mixing all this together. This is our crumb topping. And this is, again, just kind of like pinching and getting all of the butter into little bit smaller pieces. Little bit. I don't know why I just didn't do this in one bowl. I should have. But again, I will forgive myself, and that's okay. We didn't. I may just dump it into one bowl, ultimately. But, you know. I always forget. I want to like make the butter smaller. Like whenever I'm making crumble, like a crumbly topping like this, I forget how much you have to press the butter down. And I always wish that I'd cut it like 2 or 3 times as many times as I did. And I know, you know, I know. Oh, I know. I do. Overcomplicating things when you're cooking is easy. Especially if you're trying to do anything more than just follow one single recipe, right? Like, this is a complicated thing because I'm trying to quadruple a recipe and, like, cool it. Quadruple a recipe and make it in different steps, like different phases, instead of just like making it linearly. So sometimes you do have to just talk through the thing so that you know, like, oh, I'm okay, I forgot. This was a piece of advice I saw a Recipe Reborn give recently, which was to, like, if you're doing a food stream and you're new to it, or even if you're not new to it, if you're just making something you've never made, or for literally any reason, anytime you're doing a food stream, if you can just, if you want to help put yourself at ease, just like imagine the thing, like read the recipe. You know, I have 1.5 cups of self-rising flour. Question, do I have that? Where is it? Can I get it out? Where are my cup measures? It says put that into a large bowl. Do I have a large bowl? Like, imagine yourself kind of taking all of the steps to get through the thing, and that way you don't miss something. And if you do miss something, it's a small something, or maybe it's a big something, but you're less likely to miss many things if you read it all ahead and like imagine yourself doing it. You go through the visualization exercise. That's what I do, and I do that before I stream. So like uncommon, measure twice, measure once, cut twice. Yeah. Yeah, wait, no. Yeah. I know what you're getting at. Like, I do that before I do these cookie streams. All of the ingredients are usually out on the counter. I have my recipe here, which I've read at least 2 or 3 times. You know, I've made sure that I've gone to the store to get all the ingredients, that they're out and available, and I have enough of them. And, you know, you sort of do the visualization of, where am I going to put these cookies when I'm finished with them? Oh, on a wire rack. Where's the wire rack? Is it in the dishwasher right now? Not even do I have one, but like, where is it? Do I have access to it? All right, this one is coming together quite nicely. Hey, holy shit. If you know, you know, just tip $75. Thank you for such generosity. Random tipper, and I appreciate you. That is quite a generous tip and contribution to the stream. Thank you. And if I know, I know. And I might know. And I might know. All right. This looks great. This one looks good. Okay. So our toppings are ready. We have our streusel. Our streusel topping. And I know that song. I do know that song. I do know that song. Okay. One second. Right there. Okay. There was a cat coming into the room, and as much as I want to like hold the cats and be like, oh, look at the cats, I'm like making food that's going for other, like, to other people at the moment, so I don't want that in the area. Amber, welcome in. Paul Rudd. Hey, I like Paul Rudd. Is Paul Rudd a good one? Do we like Paul Rudd? Meat sauce so far. What kind of meat for your lasagna? What kind of meat are you saucing with? Okay, so we're gonna put that other batch of topping. I don't even know who Paul Rudd is. Ant-Man, among other notable roles. Daisy's walking around. Now Daisy, the thing with Daisy is that while she is an animal, Daisy will not try to get on the counter. I don't know if the cats, I don't think they can get on the counter yet. But today's not the day that I want to try. Once we finish the cookies and they're packaged, I can bring the cats up if y'all are interested. But there was an Elsie. I just like looked down and there was an Elsie like at my feet, and I was like, where did you come from? Okay, what am I doing? Gently flatten each ball with your hand. Place the sheets in the fridge. Okay, well, we did the thing first. Combine all the ingredients to the topping. Sprinkle a bit of crumb mixture on the top of each cookie. Press it to make sure it is firmly on top. Okay. More gloves. So this also assumes that you're using half sheet pans, because every single recipe basically on the internet, unless it explicitly says it, is using half sheet pans. This is a whole sheet pan. It's large. It fills the whole oven. So this says you can put 12 of these on a sheet. That means that I should be able to put like 18 or so, but let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 is 4 by 4 by 4. So let's try 15 and we'll do 5 by 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, that's good. They have plenty of room. Plenty of room to spread. It also says to press them down. So we're going to give these a little press. It does say they will spread, so I trust that that is true. I don't know how much more they'll spread, but they better spread more than this. Because if they only ended up being this size, then actually, if they just ended up being this size, I would just put 3 of them in a bag and we would call it a day. So it wouldn't be an issue. All right, now we're going to get to the streusel topping. So I'm not trying to measure this, but in order to like get it onto the cookie, I'm putting it on a spoon and then sort of sliding it off with my fingers on top, so it all sort of sticks there. It does say in the recipe, don't worry if some of it gets on the tray around each cookie, because the cookies are going to spread and it's going to pick up the topping anyway. That's probably true, so I'm not going to worry about it, but I am going to try to get I'm going to try to get like a little, big chunk of it on top. So Fluff says, beef for tonight's meat. If you saw him, you'd recognize him. Yeah, I feel like Paul Rudd just looks like that guy. I have been told, there are 2 people I've been told that I look like in my life. One is pre-LASIK surgery. The other one is post-LASIK surgery. The post-LASIK surgery person that I have most gotten is Paul Rudd. The pre-LASIK surgery is Rick Moranis. So you can look that up and see what kind of a glow up in famous person associations we've had. Uncommon says, one of my exes would make it with only cottage cheese, and I did not like it. Wait, a meat sauce with cottage cheese? Did I miss that? Hold on. Oh, okay, ricotta mixed with cottage cheese. Got it. Sorry, I was like, meat sauce with cheese? Yes. I can't see Rick Moranis at all. You would if I had big, thick black glasses, which I did. I used to. I don't anymore, clearly. But that was because I got surgery on my eyeballs. I had my eyeballs lasered, and now I don't wear glasses anymore. I will again, though. I'm actually, in a weird way, I'm anticipating having to wear glasses again, because your eyes change. They tell you LASIK's not forever. It doesn't stick around, because your eyes just continue to degenerate, and that's how it goes. Okay, we have a tray of cookies. These look pretty good. There you go. They're looking about right. 8 to 10 minutes, it says. So let's set that on the lower end. We'll do 8. And then I'll also do 10. And I'll start both of those timers once I put these in the oven. I'll start both of those timers, and let's see how this first batch goes. Start the timer. Just like you said you were going to do. You gotta start the timer. Okay, there we go. How many did I put on that tray? 15? Yeah, got it. Just because of the glasses, Chris. Yeah, it was that. It was also the fact that I was and remain a rather short individual. I know that on the stream, it looks like I am taller than a refrigerator, but if I back up, I'm not. I wanted to do this. If I just back up, but then yeah. My knees didn't like that. My knees were like, don't bend down like that. What are you doing? Stop that. Okay. All right, body, I will listen to you. No problem. Amber says, Rick is fun, like, you know, he's a goon. It's just great. Yeah, I feel like that's true. I wasn't offended by it. It was just like, come on, y'all. Really? The guy from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? Come on. It was mainly about the character. I mainly objected to being compared with the character that he played in the movies, which was not people were saying. Wasn't Remain. Yeah, like, I was like, oh, I used to be really short. I'm like, I still am. Relative to the people I grew up around, I am still shorter than them. I'm still shorter than a lot of people, but that's okay. I make up for it with a positive mental attitude. Okay. Walking down the stairs. If you stick around for long enough, you will definitely see Calvin do those things. I don't like being Barney from Flintstones. Yo, Barney was hooked up though, right? Barney was just like a happy dude. In that sense, sign me up. Barney seemed like he knew what was going on. Like he and his lady friend seemed to have a decent relationship. They seem to be pretty happy with each other. I feel like Fred and Wilma argued a lot, but you didn't really see Barney argue. Like anytime Barney got in trouble with anybody, it was like because of Fred, right? Like Fred was like the catalyst for all the nonsense. Barney's just like trying to work and eat his lunch and go home, you know? Like same. I think Rick Moranis is my height though. I am somewhere between 5'4" and 5'6". Every time they ask me at the doctor, like, how tall are you? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, don't you have a measuring thing for that? Like, can't you just figure that out? Like, why do you got to ask me how tall I am? It's weird. Team Betty when it comes to Betty or Wilma. Yeah. I don't know if I have a preference, but like Betty and Barney seem like they were sort of, he was a co-star. I like being I have big like co-star energy when it comes to a lot of things in life. So I appreciated Barney for that. Taller than me. Hey, I'm relatively like height agnostic when I'm talking to other people. Like you sort of notice you notice people's heights, but I long ago, because I'm sort of shorter, I stopped like really caring about making height like a thing to think about. You sort of rather a thing to internalize. So it's like, I know, yeah, of course you notice it, but I don't always like react to it. Nice, welcome in. Okay, we have a couple minutes left on these. That tray is looking good. These are absolutely spreading. Not a ton so far. Not a ton so far, but they're only they're 5 minutes in. So they're 5 minutes in. So not too much. What do we have on each tray? 15, so 30. I forget how many cookies I said I needed. I needed 18 bags. If I needed 18 bags, that's 36 cookies. That means I need at least one more tray. So we'll do at least 2 more trays then, because I want some of these for the house. And then we'll put the rest of them in the freezer. Dremeled the dog nails. Next to the dogs, how do you do it? Because I got to tell you that Daisy does not like getting her claws touched, much less dremeled. But she struggles mightily. When she's getting her claws clipped, you know it. And she's unhappy. With the cats, my dogs are harassed from babyhood. Yes. See, that's the path that we're going down with these cats. Because basically, and Gwen would laugh if she was hearing this, but basically, like, I've been asking, like, when can I cut the cat's claws? Since the day that she brought them home. And finally, the other day, she was like, today's the day. You can cut the claws today. And I was like, boom, done. And so, yeah, the actual just, like, normalizing the, I'm touching your paws, I'm doing all the things, like, that is super, I feel like that's super important. I did not watch The Honeymooners Uncommon. I'm familiar with the title, but I'm not at all familiar with the plot or the characters. I'm sorry. Cut kitten claws before their eyes open. That was not allowed, but we did get there eventually. And they are really sharp. Let's see, they're, yeah, like you gotta get started on that shit. They're not a joke. They're not a joke. And they don't know how to use them. That's the other problem, is like when they're very small, they're just like out. The claws are just out. They're not retracted in any capacity. Phoenix, curious on how you're planning on freezing these. I am not going to cook them. So my thought process is I'm going to freeze these without any of the crumb, this like topping. So we're gonna sort of, we're gonna freeze them like halfway. And I don't mean halfway like halfway frozen. I mean halfway insofar as like to being a complete recipe, because I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it just a little bit ago about whether or not I could freeze them if they were flattened like this, and I think like I might be able to, but I don't know if it would be worth it, because I'm pretty sure the crumb topping would just fall apart in the process. So I'm going to freeze them as the cookie balls. So I'm going to freeze these just on the tray that they're on. And then whenever I want them, I may make myself like a little bit of this topping, or I may not. I may just eat them plain. All right, these are looking good. They are just starting to brown around the bottom. That was the minimum amount of time. That was 8 minutes. I'm now looking, they've been in there for 9. So we're gonna give this first round a few more minutes, a few more like seconds here. Mick says, I use the baby nail cutters. Mom say more interest is because they don't hurt them nursing. That's a good point. That's a good point. That wasn't an issue with these cats because they did not have a mom to nurse from. Gwen was nursing them from the bottle. But I think that's a huge point. And I could also, Baker, just good point, throw some of this in there. You know what I might do? You know what I'm going to do? That's actually a good idea. I'm going to take this topping and lay it out on the pan. Like whatever left I have left, I'm going to lay it flat on the pan. And then when I put these in the freezer, I'll put them in the freezer with I'll put that topping inside like a little plastic baggie. And I'll just put the plastic baggie of topping in the bag with the other ones. That would actually make it real easy, because then I don't have to worry about doing the putting the topping like in the fridge and it being left over and not used. Okay, so that was 10 minutes. these look done. I want to say they're not done, but like they do look. It says set on top and brown around the side. So let's first just put this next batch in. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a closer look at these. Because these might need like slightly more minutes than 10. You could spritz them with simple syrup. But yeah, I think the freezing the container of the topping is the way to go. A horse auction. I'm not shopping, but like I'm not shopping. That sounds kind of fun. I've never been to an animal auction before. Amber, I see your redeem. I am happy to talk about Philadelphia. If you will grant me a few moments here as I take a look at these. So they're looking browned around the bottoms. Let's take one of these off the tray now before they have a chance to cool. And just flip that over. Yeah, I think that these need another minute. I'm going to pop these in because they're not quite there yet. Let's set that for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Stockyard auctions. That is interesting. I would love to attend some. I would love to go to something like that. I don't think I would have the desire to like purchase an animal there, but I do think it would be a really interesting scene to watch. I love stuff like that. I like things that are upstream from the consumer. So things like things like auctions, like wholesalers. There's like a wholesale produce market in Philadelphia that I'd love to go stream there. I'd love to like take you all around and show you sort of inside of this massive produce wholesaler. It's like multiple warehouses in size. Things like that I think are super fun. So like the idea of like a livestock auction, as much as I hear like, you know, my mom who contributes to PETA and sort of all of the things, you know, railing against all things that could even have a sniff of whatever animal impropriety somehow. I certainly would be interested. Not saying it is, just, you know, basically I think she would probably rail against anything that's like where someone would be like, I'm vegan for the animals for this reason. Do you know what I mean? I sort of find a bit of a more moderate ground there. There's a lot of things I'm not moderate about in my life, but I'm also not vegan, so there's that. Okay, these I'm gonna pull out again. And these got a little bit browner. Okay, this next batch I'm gonna leave in for just a few more, like, and this is an extra minute passed. And yeah, I don't, there's, when I think about things like that, makes I think about, like, or that, you know, is there still good being done, you know, in some cases. Jamie, they do smell amazing. They smell like crumb cake. So that's good. How many cookies did I say I needed? If I was to put 3 of these in a bag, let's see, I said that I needed 36. So 36 plus one more per bag is 18, which is 54 cookies, which is super doable. Because these are pretty small in terms of how many I would eat. I would eat 3 of these for sure. That would be like kind of satisfying. So I'm probably going to send a triple. This cookie round might be triples. We'll see. We'll see how they are in the packaging. If they're, because my eyes are telling me I'm going to put 3 of them in there, but the packaging might be like, no, you're not. Okay, so those are on the tray. Those are out of the oven. Those are good to go. I need to take them, put them on the wire rack. We'll do that momentarily. I have a tray of cookies in the oven, and I have a tray of cookies on the counter here, ready to go in the oven. So we are cruising. Yeah, I feel that mix. Yeah, it's there's like a lot of attention grabbing things that happen there, whereas the small community work, you know, like you said, ethical farming, local shelters, trap and release programs. I was just watching a Jackson Galaxy YouTube the other day about trap and release in Philadelphia, and I was like, hey Gwen, would you mind if I like went out and trapped feral cats? And she was like, no. Go for it, sounds fun. So maybe IRL streams in the future, trapping feral cats. Who knows? New hobby unlocked. Well, I do have like a big metal trap, like the exact same ones that they used in that show, because years ago we had a raccoon in the walls of our house. We've had feral cats in the walls of the house before. So I have a trap for animals in case there are ever animals in my house that I shouldn't have in there. You're in the wait list for youth feral cats for barn cats. That's super cool. What do they do? Just like drop them off? Here you go. I saw a YouTube the other day about using it was some guy in Utah who uses minks, like mink, like what they use, the fur that they use to make coats out of, to manage rat colonies on farms. It was wild. And then at the end of the video, the guy's like, YouTube's censoring me. They were not letting me put all my good videos on the internet. And I'm like, okay. Maybe it's because they're showing things that some people are sensitive about. We're just going to leave these in the oven for, what do they say, another minute? We're going to do 1 minute. 1 minute past 1 minute past what it says. So that's 3 minutes starting now. Okay. Stop. Okay. Perfect. And then so the next round is going to be 13 minutes. Great. Saw that guy before. Yeah, it was the guy's name is like Jackson Galaxy. I forget the YouTube channel. It's like I don't know. He's like the cat guy. Wow. They vet them and fix them and tend to have sibling groups, and they basically need an enclosed area for 45 days to learn where their home is. Cool. That's super cool. Yeah, you're just like, hey, come on, go on down to the farm. You want to have a nice life, just lounging around outdoors and killing all the mice you can find? Sounds great to me. It really does. That sounds like a good way to spend your existence if you're a cat. Let's get this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these off of this sheet pan. I'm going to get another sheet pan ready to go in the oven, and then we're going to take a quick break. I think when we come back from that quick break, we should be almost there. What did I say we needed for cookies? 54? Yeah. Okay. These are good. The other nice thing about these is they are a little small, so like I can fit a bunch of them on these cooling racks, which is helpful. Because I can usually when I make cookies, I have to do the cooling rack shuffle, which is super annoying. Mink was a huge farming revenue. They kill chickens because they're basically weasel. Yes. Yeah, and the farm that they brought, the one specific video that I watched, the farm raised pheasants, and they put them in the enclosure with all the pheasants, and the pheasants were like, "F this, I am out." They were in the far corner. It's kind of wild. 3 siblings. We could have just shipped these cats we have up to you. That would have been fun. 3 is a good number because if you police one about touching chickens, they'll all figure it out. That is good. Yeah, and then they're not I feel like 3, once you get more than 3, it's probably hard to get them all in the same spot too. Unless you do have them enclosed very specifically. Okay. Actually, this other tray is just about to come out of the oven. Isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so this one has been in here for 13 minutes. And yeah, the edges of those look good. I'm just looking at the edges because it's hard to tell if they're completely cooked in the center. But as long as the edges are browned, and I feel pretty good about them. Okay, we're going to put these next cookies on the tray. Then we're going to take a quick break. When we come back from the break, we're going to rant about Philadelphia for just a little bit because there's a lot of shit to rant about. Just genuinely. And then we're going to finish the cookies. While the cookies cool, we're going to maybe start on some dinner progress. And then depending on how cool the cookies get, I'll start the packaging. I need to add powdered sugar to the top of these before packaging. I don't want to forget to do that. I don't think I'm going to forget to do it, but if you see me starting to package things that don't have powdered sugar on them, feel free to be like, hey, what are you doing? More than 3 and they'll make teams. Yeah. Any more than 3 and you need a second person to pick them up. I think that's how I also envision it, because with 3 cats, you can kind of get them all in one armful. With 4, you're out of luck. So this is interesting. I was like, I don't know, I might not even need a second round of topping. I need the second topping before finishing the first batch of cookies. So it's good that I made a bunch of extras. And it's good that I made this second batch. See, this is where I would have been annoyed at myself for not doing this, not mixing this batch and waiting, because why would I have done that? In what world would it have made sense to not do that in the moment I was doing the other one? Anyway, we're back. Here we are going to have an ad pretty soon. Thank you for that, Twitch bot. Appreciate your clarity. Okay, this looks good. Ready to go. Another round of cookies. I'll put that in the fridge for just a moment. Put that over here. And now we're going to take a quick break. Okay, it is once again time for a Words on Stream break. If you're not familiar, we play Words on Stream here during a hourly ad break. The break is 3 minutes long. I'm going to start loading the dishwasher during that time because it's important that I do that, because there's a lot of dishes in the sink. Okay, Here comes a quick game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on the Twitch platform. If you don't want to hear an ad on Twitch, there's a link in chat and you can go subscribe on YouTube, where we are also live and things are free because it's not monetized there. So anyway, we are back. Catch you in a few.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Dishes into the dishwasher. Go, go, go. Now this is the satisfying part, because I have an entire sink just full of dishes right now. But all but like 2 or 3 of them are going directly into the dishwasher. And it's so amazing. Okay, almost there. Oh, I need to put a pot of water on the stove. Because if I want to cook pasta or anything later, I'm going to want some hot water. So I need to do that as well. I'm going to need to do that, but we'll get there in a second. Sink is almost empty. We're doing it. We're doing it, Peter. Do I have time to do these dishes? No, I don't. Okay. That was wishful thinking. But they are all in the dishwasher, or at least most of them are. All the ones that can be. Okay. Also, let me put this vanilla extract back in the cabinet. We're finishing a game of words on stream. If you're watching on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Nobody likes the ads. I don't like the ads. You probably don't like the ads. If you do like the ads, that's weird. Maybe you're a researcher. And all of that information is important to you. Let's see. I'm looking at this and all I'm seeing is Vindaloo, which I know is not correct. But I can't think of anything else. Anyway, sinking. There we go. Look at that. Right in there at the end. Good get right there at the end. Okay. We'll be back to that in just a few. We'll be back to that in a little bit. Okay. First order of business, pot of water on the stove, because if I want to make dinner, that's going to be important. Let's do a large pot, or a wide pot, so that I can get into it easier. Okay. We're back. Cookies are in the oven. I have 5 minutes left on those. We have round number 1 on the tray. Round number 2 is out of the oven and ready to come off of this tray to cool. And I have another tray ready to go in the oven. Okay, so we're like in a good spot here in terms of number of cookies and having them pretty much finished. I do think we're gonna do a 3 cookie package this time around, because these are all consistently a relatively small size. Gwen's asking me what dinner is. Dinner tonight is going to be pasta. She's like, dude, does not want that. Yeah, I'm gonna bring them up later when I don't have food for other people in the kitchen. Anyway, I know Baker caught it real quick. Yeah, pasta and like peas and asparagus in it, I think. It's gonna be like rigatoni and some sort of really simple sauce. Satisfied? Okay. And I want to remember to put these tomatoes in dinner, so I need to bring them over to the counter, because otherwise object impermanence will make them as if they don't exist. Savory Sailor, welcome in. Hello. 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 I'm here. I have returned. I was off camera for a moment. Let's try one of these. I'm gonna give one of these cookies a try, because I haven't done that yet. And like, you know, can't see me beyond the apron. I am a floating arm and head. No, that's true. You know, Savory Sailor, I was saying earlier, I was making a statement about fishing and the act of like something, trawling. Anyway, and I felt bad because I felt like, because I'm wearing camo today, I should have known what it was. I felt a failure. I have to tell you, when I bought this shirt, I bought it at Cabela's, which, if you're not familiar with Cabela's, is an outdoor store, a large outdoor store. They have hunting stuff, they have camping stuff, they have boating stuff. It's like a big outdoor store. Anyway, I bought this shirt at Cabela's, and I was wearing, what was I wearing? I remember feeling really awkward just being in Cabela's, because I was probably like wearing my pink Crocs because I was driving and they're just like comfort shoes, and I got out of the car. I was also most assuredly wearing something very colorful, and probably like purple sunglasses. Anyway, I was like, I always feel out of place in Cabela's. I don't feel like I'm wearing enough brown. Charcoal Dragon, welcome in. Remember, I realized I forgot to put tomato in my salad. That is an unfortunate situation. Truly. This is... Here we are. Sorry. This is the New York Crumb cookie. Relatively fresh out of the oven. It's got sugar crumb topping. It's a little split on the sides. The bottom is brown and lovely. I like these little sugar crunchies on the side. These are the ones that fell out onto the tray and are now just consumed by the edge of the cookie having spread. Okay, good. Welcome in. Looks lovely. Thank you. I'm gonna try it. Hold on. How's it taste? I don't know. Let's look at the inside too. So we'll look at this together for the first time. So that is a cake-like cookie. Mick says, I walk into Bass Pro and Cabela's like a big queer pinata and upset a certain section of the population when they suddenly realize I knew more than them. It's amazing. Yeah, see, my problem is I also enter Cabela's like a very obvious, like, other person. Someone who's just like, hey, you know, what are you doing in here? Do you have like a buddy? Like, who brought... Basically, it's like people look, you know, I'd go in Cabela's and people were like, you know, who brought you here? But I also don't know anything, so it tracks. I remember I was looking at the camo shirts, and people were like walking by, and I was like, pretending like I wasn't looking at the. Ooh. That's great. That is great. So, a little bit ago, Amber, are you still around? I'm happy to. I realize I haven't fulfilled your "don't even get me started" redeem, and now I'm realizing that was a little while ago. That was like half an hour ago, and like I might have missed my opportunity to bitch about Philadelphia. But I did think about all of the things that I don't like about Philly. It's not a long list, but it's pretty long. Who does that belong to? Oh my God. Next, the best part about those people is I feel so morally superior to someone who would say some shit like that it's almost like not worth considering them. And that's a good feeling to have, because you're like, well, you just outed yourself. Great. Speaking of outing yourself, these cookies are finished. And get them out of the oven. And we're going to put these in, and they're ready to go. So the one that I just ate was so good. These are really good. I'm pretty happy with these. I'm not gonna lie. You're a blue-haired French Canadian in Northern Ontario. You're not cool. You're just old. Right. Yeah, what can you do when someone who's just like, I'm gonna be the most ignorant person I can in public? Just let them? Like you're never gonna. The thing with folks who would sort of do that is you're never gonna educate. You're not gonna make them better. You're never gonna make them better. You're never gonna make them see differently. You're not gonna change them. They're not gonna change you. But you do get to feel better about yourself, because you're like, well, you're just a miserable human, and you're gonna be miserable because you choose to be miserable about that kind of shit. So be miserable. I'm not. What did I say I needed to do? Do you see a pot of water on this stove? There's not. It's sitting in the sink. It's full. It's, ready to go. But we're gonna... Yeah. Imagine all of the things that you can be in the world, and just imagine choosing to be a hateful piece of shit. Why? Why? Megan, welcome in. Hello. You've encountered me talking about the acquisition of this shirt at Cabela's and how awkward that is. Friend of the stream, Megan's Flan. There's a link in chat. You should probably go follow Megan on the internet. I realize there's a hiatus happening, but the link still works. So, okay, let's get these cookies off the tray. We're going to... Yes, you can make... Oh! Callback! A call. you can make edible cookie dough, and I have a recipe. And I didn't put a timer on the cookies in the oven when I put them in, so let's do that now. And Megan, you're one of the folks that I would absolutely trust to like give a recipe for that, and I would be like, this recipe probably works. This recipe probably is legit and has been tested. My invisible lad lingerie. I you know why I like this shirt? It's not because of the pattern. It's because it fits me around the middle really nicely. That like, you know, I don't know. So, y'all, if you are a certain gender or you present in a certain gender on the internet, you will start getting ads. And most of the ads that I get now are for men's t-shirts that are, they're like, how do I say this without sounding like a complete asshole? The men in the ads appear to really love smoked meats. And the focus of the shirts is all about not making you look like a sausage. And so now I just like, I just get all these ads for like all these sort of weird fly-by-night t-shirt companies, and I'm like, what are we doing? I don't want any of these. Bliss dough. All dough is blissful if you try hard enough. Uncommon says, apparently I offended someone by a mostly innocent comment the other day. When they explained their position, I was very respectful and apologized to them. They decided they wanted to be offended, blamed the world, and blocked me promptly after telling me that. Cool. That means you don't have to interact with them anymore, and that sounds great. I'm currently taking a break from being a person on the internet, and understood. It's the time to take a break. Summer's a good time. Where should I put the link in Discord? Recipes channel. Recipes channel would be ideal, because that's actually where I would go look for it. But either way, I will find it because of search. Okay, did I set the timer? I did. Did I turn my water on for my pasta? I did. Should Calvin be home sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes? He should. Okay, all of those cookies look great. I'm waiting until they're all done to put the powdered sugar on. So I haven't forgotten. I keep mentioning the powdered sugar, but I am mentioning it for a reason. Okay, let's get the next round of cookies out of the fridge. So that should be the last round, because I had, what, 15 per tray? So I had, I don't even know. Let's just make another tray. Ooh, there's going to be enough cookies. There's going to be enough cookies, and then there should be some left over. Remember I was talking about the friend from whom I got the cookie ball idea earlier? That's Megan, who's in chat currently. That was the person who first bridged the topic of cookie balls and made it feel approachable and like something that I was like something I felt shame for not having considered or done myself. In a good way. Mick says my ads are messed up. Half chicken nesting boxes, half wood chippers. Right? Have you decided what sauce to do for your pasta, Phoenix? I'm just going to do something really simple with butter. I think what I'm going to do is once these I'm going to do something pretty simple. I think I'm going to chop up like an onion or a shallot, one of those two, whichever I see in the cabinet first that like looks appealing and isn't completely soft. Then some garlic. No. Ooh, we're going to use the roasted garlic that's in the refrigerator that I made the other day. Unless we're not, because maybe I want to make the garlic cookies tomorrow. Damn it. Okay, maybe we won't. But I was thinking like shallot, garlic, easy. A bunch of chopped herbs that go in sort of at the end. Butter, olive oil, a little bit of tiramisu, probably. Not too. Just the last part of that. A little bit of miso, like white miso paste. And then just kind of like melt that all. Like I'll saute the aromatics and then melt the butter in the pan, put the oil in it, toss the vegetables in. So in the pot that I have on the stove here, I'm planning on blanching some peas and asparagus. So we'll start the sauce, aromatics, butter, etc. We'll pop the vegetables in, stir those around, and then we'll put the cooked pasta in there and call it a dinner. And that one will not need to be, there's no like timing for that. It doesn't need to be like, all right, dinner's ready, everyone come to the table. It can just sit in the pot and be like ready whenever. So that was my goal today, was to sort of like either make complicated pasta if we finish the cookies real early. So like basically if I was finished the cookies right now, we'd be starting on a more complicated version of a pasta. But because I'm not finished with these yet, I'm trying to finish up at 1930. That's 7:30 p.m. Eastern time right now. For me, for reference, it is 17:30. So 2 hours from now is when I'm trying to say, thank you for coming. We'll see you next time. Blah, blah, blah. Here's where we're rating. So that's kind of the goal. Alleycat, welcome and thank you. I appreciate your sub. We love a Prime subscription. Prime subs are great because it's like someone else's money that you choose to spend somewhere. So it's a very benevolent sort of sub. And now I realize that I've used the word benevolent twice in this stream today, and I don't think I've ever used it before. So that's new. Asparagus, peas, and tomatoes. Right. I was thinking, you know what? I have pesto in the fridge too. I have that pesto I made last week. So if I really run out of time, which is also a possibility, I may just use the pesto, and that would be okay. Y'all, did you look at the asparagus cookie recipe that was in Discord? It actually didn't look too bad. It's in the cookie, that one's in the cookie chat channel, I believe, because it was a specific cookie. So mostly recipes go into the recipes channel, but cookies generally go into the cookie chat channel. At least that's where I look for them. And hey, so for reference, y'all, if you ever have a cookie that you're like, hey, that one might be amazing, like that would be perfect for Cookie Club for like whatever reason it is you think it would be perfect, feel free to like share that in the cookie chat channel, because all of the cookies that I have made for Cookie Club, probably for 2 years now, a good 2 years, I did not find those recipes myself. Those were posted in Discord. I went through when I was doing like prep for Cookie Club stuff and picked one. So if you ever have cookies that you're like, you should, you know, these might be a good option, feel free to share them. Generally, I look for things that have grams, like weight-based recipes, as opposed to volume-based recipes, but that's okay. This is a volume-based recipe, and they're, you know, and it was totally fine. But generally, I look for like weight-based recipes and recipes that don't need to be chilled. So no like long lag time between making the dough and putting that dough on a sheet pan. So I've avoided some recipes, even though they look amazing, for that reason, because it's like, you know, chill the dough for 4 hours. I'm like, okay. I've considered doing like a multi-part stream for Cookie Club before, but my process for what I do on all the other stuff is sort of like a one and done thing. I just kind of get ready and then we do the cookies. You know, I do the cookies, I package them, and then it's done all in one day. All right, so these are just extra cookie balls that are going to go in the oven. No, they're going to go in the oven eventually, but they're going to go in the freezer right now. Because I should have enough cookies for the packages and for some extras for the house. I'm also going to freeze this strudel topping. We'll see how that freezes. I spread it out on a single layer on a sheet pan, and we're just going to put that in there. And my timer just went off for my cookies in the oven. So let's get those out and then get this last tray in, and then that'll be it for the cookie baking. I'm feeling, oh, hold on. Can't take it out of the oven without a glove. Need a glove. Gotta have something between your hand and that sheet pan. Yeah, these look great. And they're all coming out. I mean, not that this is a surprise, but it is always nice when you measure the cookies and then they come out at the size, you know, they all come out like a uniform size. Like, it's so stupid, but like, I don't know. I'm always excited when that happens for some reason, because I don't know. Because I'm a home cook and you know, it's not like I'm measuring. I mean, I don't know, because I'm cooking at home and I'm just like, I'm always surprised when things just work the way I expected them to. I don't know why. I've done this before, but Liz definitely is the cookie finder. Yeah, Liz is pretty consistently posts recipes in there. This is one posted last month, and honestly, these are great. These taste amazing. The one that I had was perfect. Like, it tasted like crumb cake. It had the texture. Importantly, it had the texture of crumb cake too. Like, it's a little bit cakey on the inside of the cookie, and then the topping is crunchy, which is what you want, which is what you love about crumb cake. That's what I love about crumb cake. So yeah, I almost always pick a cookie from Discord. Because why, Lou? Because it's easier for me, because then I don't have to go look it up. And I know that at least one person's going to enjoy it because they posted it. Or they're not, but you know. Okay, I'm just kind of putting that tray. That's not a good idea. Don't put the tray hanging off the edge of the counter. It's still hot and there's cookies on it. What are you doing? All right, let's get out some ingredients for dinner. We're not going to package these just yet. I want these to cool all the way down. Like, they gotta cool off. I've learned, because I've done it multiple times, I've learned that if you package the cookies warm, 100% of the time they are softer when you get them out of the package than I want them to be, because they get steamed. They're like, you know, they get steamy. So we don't want that. So I'm gonna let them cool. Okay, we got asparagus. We have dill. These are whole peas. So we actually have to take those out of the shell. I also have snap peas, so we're going to use both of those. I have some chive, which is great. Let's do a little bit of dill, and what else did I say? Hold on, we got some cheese in here, a little Parmesan. Let's add that. Tomatoes, I said those are on the counter. Butter for the sauce, and I keep saying white miso, and I really do want to add some of that in. So let's not do that. Oh, lemon juice, of course. Calvin is home. I hear the door. He made it back all in one piece. That's lovely. Yeah, the steam escapes. It does, and we don't want that. And I've definitely learned that, and so I now know that I need to give the cookies that we make a lot of time to cool down. So some of them don't. Some of them don't need that. Some of them are very thin and they just whatever. Like those little chocolate ones that I made a couple months ago. Those were also a 3 cookie package. Those were just cool right away. They were so small and very thin. But these are a little thicker. They're like cakey. They're lofted. They're more lofty. Is that the right word? Is that the word I'm searching for? It doesn't matter. They're thicker, so they're going to take a little longer to cool off. Not that long, but longer than the others. Okay, let's just get out some mise en place bowls for the asparagus, peas. Let's do another one for the other peas, herbs. That should be good. Okay. So right now, here's my thought. We're gonna prep dinner stuff while these finish cooking. Once again, I did not set a timer with the cookies in the oven. WTF. Let's put those in for, hold on. Let's do 8 minutes.
Mom said if you say yes.
Yeah.
Can I go?
Yeah.
He said yeah.
Do you have money?
I mean, I could get money.
Okay. If mom doesn't have a little bit of cash for you, I probably can't. I probably also don't have any cash for you. I don't know where I was going with that. Let's get these cookies off the tray here first. That way I can sort of clear this little space here on the counter. And these are a bunch of minutes in, so we're okay to take these off.
Do you have cash or do I go?
Do I have? Yeah. Hold on.
Because
1 sec.
she doesn't have cash.
Okay, that's fine. I got it. I think I might. I don't even know where my purse is here. Where's my wallet? Where?
Remember, it means you get to go too. Yeah.
It's over here. I get to get something if I go. Oh, I don't either. Wait, hold on. No, I do. Sorry, y'all. Just a moment. I do. Here. Okay.
$10 is enough.
Hey, get me one of those little coconut
Oh, yeah.
situations here.
Coconut or coconut mango something.
Give me the tamarind this time. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they look like an ice pop, but they're okay. Okay. Calvin is tamarind. Yes. That one sounded fun. Calvin in his newfound freedoms is allowed to go to the corner store himself. The corner store. So for anyone who's like not familiar, I live in Philadelphia. There's corner stores everywhere. So he is allowed to go to our like the literal corner store. And it's kind of a like it's funny because it's like such a big thing, you know. He's like new at it. Pod Pro can work with kids every day. It does, and yeah, they have the distinct capacity to both brighten and ruin your day in an instant. So sometimes it's the latter, honestly, but most of the time it's either positive or neutral, at least in my experience with this particular child. Although this one is mine, so it's a little, I don't want to say easier, but it's a little bit, I can sort of, working with other people's kids is probably difficult. Special needs assistant and lunchroom supervisor. Incredible. Yeah, I bet that's I'm sure that every day is just like lots happening start to finish. I have to imagine that's true. So these are, hold on. Are these the right ones? Hull. I think these are the ones I'm looking for. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm opening the wrong piece. These are the ones that you slice in half and cook whole. These are the ones that you peel. And can I make... I forget if I think the shells of these are good for stock. I know that Cinderella makes something with these shells, but I feel like they're good for stock, so I'm just going to save them. Thank you. They do. I'm trying to. The cookies are good. So one, it's not just appearances. They were quite tasty when I tried. The one that I tried was really good. We're almost finished with them. There's a few. These are in the oven, and how much time's left on that clock? 3 minutes? No, they don't need 3 more minutes in there. My timing was off. They are probably about 20 or 30 seconds from being done. Peapod soup, yes. See, I knew it was something. I'm pretty sure I can. Would you put them in a stock though? Like, I'm just going to take these and dump them in my stock bag. Would that be? I feel like that would be appropriate. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember if I put them in the stock last year. Not if I wasn't already sick of peapod soup. How many peapods do you need to make peapod soup? And do you actually put any peas in the soup itself? I'm imagining yes. Because like you don't just take them out of the pod and then use them separately. I remember every so often, not that I'll like forget, but every so often you get peas that you think are hull peas. So hull peas meaning they have larger peas inside of them, and they are not. They end up being like these. So it's kind of funny because when you look at these two pea pods, right? Like this one on this side. The shorter one looks larger. Like it looks like it would have more larger peas in it. But when you actually open them up, this one's probably going to have massive peas in it. Of course. No, I mean, when you open it up, yeah, I mean, these are pretty big. Okay. This is fun. The fun part about doing things live, so there's only a few in there. Let's open this one. But yeah, so like that little shell had these teeny tinies in it, and then this big one has like large full-size peas. So it's kind of funny. Like when I opened the fridge, I looked at the ones that look physically larger and was like, oh, those are the ones I want. And if I opened the first two and was like, these are kind of small. Definitely include some peas in this, in the pea shell, in the shelled soup. It sounds great. It sounds like a really good use of the pods too. You're not really getting the pods don't get a lot of love. Okay, cookies are out. Oven's off. all of my cookies are out and ready to go. So let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. Plenty. 8 plus 18 plus a few for the house. Beautiful. That's good. Okay. Does anything else need to go in the fridge or freezer?
No, I'm having this now.
Okay.
So, no.
This meaning what?
The.
Okay. As long as it's not a whole pint of ice cream again, we're good.
No, I didn't get it.
Okay. That's fine.
Sugar cane says another $5.
Thank you. Can you put this on the counter over there? Great. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that's fine. And Cal, I'm shooting to have dinner at 17:30, just like usual.
Okay.
Okay?
Wait, 17:30?
Nope, sorry, 19:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. 17:30 is 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, 17.
Yes, we've missed that deadline. For sure. Snack on them like shelled peas. Wonder why they were never included. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the hulls are like a huge piece of it. What are you doing?
I'm getting a poppy.
Okay. It's, yeah, like the hulls are more than half of the volume of the thing, too. So it is weird. It would be weird, like, to just throw them out and not use them. As someone who doesn't love, like, throwing out things if I don't have to, like, I'd rather turn them into vegetable stock. I kind of love... What? Oh, Daisy? Yeah. If it can go into vegetable stock, that's what I love doing with it. I go through periods of time, though, where I will not remember sometimes to, like, keep a stock bag going. And it's interesting. It's notable that usually when I reflect back and I'm like, oh, I haven't been doing that, I also reflect back and I'm like, yeah, my compost was like really full recently for like a couple weeks in a row. Like, why? Like, oh, right. So half the things that I would just put in the freezer for stock are just going directly in the compost. I prefer to filter them through making a stock, and then they condense down a lot farther. Not sure how much flavor you'd get out of them. That's reasonable. I generally don't have a recipe for stock, though, Phoenix. So, you know, in that sense, it's like, okay, if they drop some nutrients in there, and maybe there's like a little bit of a flavor change, like, I'm cool with that. You know, it doesn't need to be a big piece of it, because I don't always... The stock that I make is sort of like generic vegetable stock. I was talking about this in Discord the other day, that how I don't... Just like stock, I don't have a recipe for. Pesto, I don't usually have a recipe for. It's sort of just like whatever presents itself, frankly. So to me, I kind of feel good about putting the pea hulls in there, even if they're not carrying a lot of weight. Does that make sense? I like having them even just for a little bit of like leaching some nutrients out. Whatever else I can get out of them, I want to get out of them. So these are fun. We've had these. I have these every year. The market has sometimes they do peas that are pre-shelled, and it's funny. Just like in any sort of industrial food application, right? The more processing the thing needs to have, usually the more expensive it is, right? So if you go in with, you know, a friend or two and you buy like a whole cow worth of meat, like, it's a lot of money up front, right? But per pound, it's not as much as if you just bought pounds of ground beef all winter. So it's kind of funny with the peas. You know, I'm standing here shelling these by hand, but I could certainly get these same peas shelled by someone else and pay a few bucks more. Get more bang for your haul if you blanched and pureed them. That is probably true. That is probably true. And I think that's where Twindralla's thought is with the soup. I'm sure that they're not just soaked for the soup. And dog loves the outside but not the inside, Jamie. Does your dog have the delicate mouth such that they can separate the two, or do you have to do that? There's been a bunch of times where I've shelled a whole bag of peas and been like, this is not enough peas. Like, and I've just added like twice that amount from the bag in the freezer. And I always feel like whenever I do that, I just feel like such a weird, like, it's like a weird failure in a way, but it's not really, because, like, you know, no shame. But I'm always like, oh, I didn't want to have to add supplemental peas to this, you know? Water's boiling. That's good. Last cookies are out of the oven. Our oven is off. Excellent. I keep seeing the oven light being on in the backgrounds there, and it's throwing me off a little bit because I keep worrying that I've forgotten something in the oven because I forgot to turn the timer on like multiple times today. Do I need the oven on for anything? No. Nope. Nope. These are great. You can eat these raw too. You don't really need to blanch them if you don't want to. I like blanching them just because they get a little softer. I just finished a recipe for a cold corn salad. That's like a raw corn salad that has corn and Parmesan and basil. Oh, I have basil over there too. I should use some of that. Sorry, non sequitur. Corn and Parmesan and basil and shallot in it. I was very happy with it. It turned out stupendously, and importantly, repeatably. I can hear my water back there boiling. Yeah. You can feel it. The room changes. When you have a pot of boiling water on the stove and it starts to boil, like, the room gets more humid basically instantly. It's really neat, honestly. Right. We're almost there. This is the tedious part. Everything else is just chop chop. That's why we're doing it first. Not that chopping an onion is not tedious sometimes, but it's not the same as shelling a bunch of peas. Not at all. So we're gonna, I think, I'm gonna see how these cookies are before starting dinner, because if they're cool enough to package now, which I imagine some of them might be, the first ones came out of the oven like 2 hours ago maybe at this point, so they should be pretty cool. We're gonna give those a check first, and if they're cool enough to package, then I'm gonna do that before dinner. So I'm gonna prep all of my ingredients for dinner, and then we'll try the cookies and see how they are. Because I'd love to package them and then make dinner. Because the actual cooking, the prep for all this it will continue to, but is going to take far longer than the actual cooking time. The actual cooking time is basically like saute a few things in a pan, at the same time you're blanching everything. Put those things in the pan. Put butter in the pan. Put pasta in the water. Put pasta in the pan and stir. And that's it. And you're ready to go. So not a hard process. So I'd like to package all the cookies first. That's now where my head is at. So just a little bit of a housekeeping note. And everything over there, we have our bags ready to go. We have our cookies ready to go. I have my boxes ready to go. Boxes are already assembled and addressed. So I'm on it. I'm on it this month, y'all. I did good. I have it down to a routine now, which is nice. Like, there's a really pretty straightforward routine that I do. It took a while to settle into that. It used to take a lot longer to do Cookie Club stuff. Now it doesn't. I'm way more efficient about it now, which is great. I'm always trying to be a little bit more organized. Foulgeist, welcome in. I don't see a shirt. Hey, we're just floating arms in an apron today. Welcome in. I also have this shirt in long sleeve because I thought, well, what if I want to wear a long sleeve shirt underneath of a t-shirt? And I also want that long sleeve shirt to be camo. So I got one of those too. All right. Almost there. Almost there with these peas. I guess when I said that I wanted to do dinner things after packaging the cookies, I guess that means I'm gonna turn down that water in the background. Reminder to self, Lou, you need to put powdered sugar on the cookies. Got it. If you drop a camo shirt in the forest and no one is around, can you ever find it again? It would be hard. There was a guy on the show Alone, if you're familiar with it. I love it. Who kept, what did he keep losing? He kept losing his flint. He like literally kept losing his fire starter because it didn't have any like high vis tape or anything on it, and it's like kept dropping it outside. I'm like, yo, can you tie a bandana around that shit? Like, what are you doing? Anyway, they went home like basically immediately. And I was like, you were so like, you were not going to survive because you were disorganized. That's it. That was my assessment. That show seems wild to me. I don't know. Does anyone feel like they could actually make it on one of those shows, Alone or Survivor, or like any of those like outdoorsy sorts of shows? I love going outside, but I don't feel like I could. I feel like if I was on Survivor, I would just starve. Just be hangry all the time and mean. All right, peas look good. I'm going to, let's see. Let's press all of that. Let's just press all that down in there. Okay. I'm going to take the last cookies here over to this counter and take them off of the tray because they're currently on the tray on the oven. They're sitting on top of the stove. And the oven was recently on, so they're not cooling down very efficiently. Naked and afraid and angry. You know, I don't think you could pay me enough to do that show. Like, I would do Alone, but like, you wearing clothes? And I think Naked and Afraid has a producer there too, so you're not even, you're like, what? And this guy's just like I'm naked in the Amazon with a guy following me with a camera. Okay. Seems sus. Chris says I'm usually those things. That's great. That's, you know, I love it. I would not go on Naked and Afraid. I'm sorry. It's just like that's like too much. I'm already going to be afraid. I don't need to also not have clothes. And, you know, it just seems miserable. Why the fuck would you do that? I would never. I would never. I would go on Survivor. I have not applied. I will not apply. I'm just waiting for them to call me. They won't, but alone, I do not feel qualified to go on. Although I feel like I would enjoy it, but I feel like I would probably just tap out after like 5 or 6 days when I couldn't find any food. When I couldn't get food. I don't need mosquitoes biting my bikini area, Fall Guy says. No, totally. I just don't want mosquitoes biting me in general. I like the outdoors, but like, I'm good. I'm good. I want my clothes on when I'm in the outdoors. I want to be protected from and not exposed to the elements. All right, let's see. How are these cookies? How are they? Are they cool enough to package? Let's take one from this tray. Take a thick one from this tray. Oh yeah, these are definitely cool enough to package. There's no heat. These feel cool they feel cool to the touch. Would you go on an adventure with an expert to teach you? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Are they a real expert, or do they claim to be an expert? Stays in a hotel, girls. Yeah, that's why I like that. That's why I like the show Alone, because it's just like legit. No one else is there. You're surviving or you're not. Dark girls always rub me the wrong way, honestly. I think the name was Bear. Like, I don't know. It's me being a very judgy human. All right, let's get some, let's take this off to the side here. We're gonna package these cookies. Gwen, dinner will be at 19:30. That's 7:30 p.m. That's what I told Calvin. Told Calvin dinner will be ready then, and I'm standing firm with that one. Big Brother, but they have to build houses in Gilligan's Island. Is there a show that combines Big Brother, the like, sort of just hanging out and being in a house, nature of Big Brother, with like a survival situation? I don't know. Survivor sounds like it, but fundamentally, I think that Big Brother works because they're not also trying to do a bunch of other stuff. They're just like existing and being annoyed at each other. Okay, we're going to take the powdered sugar and powder these cookies. Then we're going to start packaging them. The packaging should not take very long. So once the packaging's done, we will start our dinner making in earnest. Should be pretty straightforward. Darlene, back from Scotland. Safe travels. I'm glad you got back safe. What was the draw in Scotland? Was this vacation? Was it family? Are we allowed to compliment your packages? I mean, I do take pride in them. I do make a nice cookie package. At least I try. I'm out of pins currently, so there will not be any pins in the packages this month, unfortunately. And if you are a first-time winner and have never received a pin, I took a note of that. Darlene on YouTube says, Scotland was vacation. Sounds fun. I've never been to Scotland. I feel like I would enjoy it. Does Scotland have a rainy season? Is that a thing? Am I just like making that up? All right. These look even better now than they did before, which, great. Okay, let's get these. Whoop. Powder these ones. Excited to get to try them. I'm excited to send them out. I often think about when I think about like cookies, the cookies that I make for Cookie Club, sometimes I have this sense of like they should be fancier. They should be better. You know, I tell myself, I say all sorts of like things to myself that are not necessarily true. Like, you know, if folks have gotten cookies more than once, I'm like, did they like these better or were they worse? If someone saw me make cookies 2 months ago, would they have preferred to get the ones that I made 2 months ago versus the ones I'm making right now? And I get real in my head about it. But I think ultimately, I really just love sending them out. I'm happy with these. Like, and I think about it in this way. It's like, would I give these cookies to a friend of mine happily? Like, yeah, absolutely. So why would I feel that, you know, other people are gonna be judgy about them? I don't know. That's a lot. Sorry. Have I considered sending out cookie dough in the summer with the understanding that USPS will have it cooked by the time it gets delivered? Fog Ice. That's really funny. No, but I did this month and probably next month consider that having chocolate would probably not be good. So there's nothing that can melt this month, and probably next month it will be the same. Every Cookie Club menu is great. Baker, I appreciate that. I try to keep it interesting, and I also try to keep it relatively simple. So I think it's, you know, sometimes I tell myself that it would be more impressive if I made more complicated cookies. But like, that's a lie. I know that's a lie. My brain keeps saying it, but it's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's why you need people who will tell you the truth in your life and communicate with you. Anyway, cookies are powdered. Let's get to packing. Sending packages is a lot of fun, Lissy. I agree. I love it. And I love that I get to the post office every month, and the folks there know me. They know the stream. They're like, oh, cookie time, you know, and I account for them too. I make cookies for them. They look like Italian wedding cookies. They do kind of look like Italian cookies. Never tire of the popcorn packing. Well, we did have... That was the beginning of the stream. We made popcorn for the packing, which is edible. Just FYI. It's... God damn, is that unexciting. It's unexciting popcorn. It's unseasoned, that's why. There's no salt, there's no oil, there's no butter, there's no fun on it. Whenever MX Phoenix Dog gets a package, I always remember to stuff as much popcorn in there as possible because I know that the pigs on the farm like it. Cute internet cookie down. Is that what the kids are saying? Let's see. It is for packaging. Yes, that is true. How dare you not season it? Yeah. I mean, it's funny because when I put it in the package, there's still like, when you open the package, you'll see there's like grease spots on it, you know? So I also started putting the pins and little things that come with it in paper envelopes because they were also getting greasy. Not ideal. All right, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back from having a quick break, we're going to package all this popcorn No. We're going to package all these cookies and then we're going to finish our dinner prep and make dinner. Will you enjoy it? Probably not. No. It's definitely just bland, plain popcorn, Fall Guys. So skibbity my toilet and eat my Riz. Cute internet cookies, Addy. Hey, I will absolutely take that. All right, here comes a quick ad on Twitch. You can watch on YouTube if you want. The link is there in chat. And here comes a game of words on stream.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
There it goes. Okay. What do I want to do here to help myself in the future? I want to put these dishes that are in the sink in the dishwasher because that's where they go in order to get washed. And we'll do that, and then oh gosh, do that. Almost time to run the dishwasher. I'm also going to get myself a little bit more iced tea during this break because I'm a little parched. It's a little warm, and I would like a drink. Darlene, there's a lot of popcorn to package. Yeah, it is. I mean, this is for, what did I say I had? 18 pack. There's 18 packs of cookies. Now, some of those are for the postal workers, etc. So some of those get distributed non-popcorn scenarios. If I'd have thought about this earlier today, like way earlier when I was baking, I probably would have made a bunch of extra cookies for Calvin's teachers. But like, honestly, y'all, I just made cookies for his teachers for teacher appreciation last month. And like, I don't feel like I want to do that again. I don't feel like that's necessary. I did a little bit more iced tea. We got last guesses. Guesses sinking. Kitchen sinking. Dee. Sometimes there's certain places on the screen on Windows when you put your mouse cursor there, everything in your screen disappears. And I can tell you without any shade of doubt that every time that happens to me while I'm streaming, I panic. Just absolute panic. I panic that I've closed all of my windows. Shut the stream down. And then I realize it's just a hot corner. Nothing more. Okay, let's get these. I'll get these dish. Not dish pans, sheet pans. I'll get those in the oven. Rinse these off. Welcome back, y'all. If you're on Twitch experiencing an ad break, I appreciate your patience. As a reminder, if you don't like ads, you can always watch on YouTube. YouTube will not be ad-free forever, but currently I do not have a monetized YouTube channel, so there's no ads to be run with YouTube, because I'm not big enough for that yet on YouTube. That said, if you are a YouTube watcher and feel inclined to subscribe to a new channel, there's a link in chat. Okay, we're almost ready here. We're going to tip over into cookie packaging momentarily. Yeah, Phoenix, I just haven't. There's a lot that I have turned off on this computer. I'm actually surprised that I didn't encounter that one. I would have turned it off if I'd seen it. It just happens. It just happens. Game over. Try again. It says, cool. And we will at some point in the future. That is not this moment. All right. Let's package these cookies and then we'll actually make dinner. Because these are definitely cool enough that they're not putting out any more vapors. So I feel good about just getting these in the packages. Now, let's start with this tray. You know what I need to do? Hold on. Do I have another sheet pan down here? Can I use it? Watch this. Everything for dinner is going over here. I just need a place to sit this cookie tray, so I'm not reaching across. There we go. There we go. Wish Windows would let you disable Copilot. Is that like the AI stuff that they have? I turned everything that I could off in my instance of Windows. I went through, there's some app that I found that lets you like do a bunch of stuff without actually doing a bunch of stuff, turn off things, that type of stuff. That worked really well. I forget the name of it. Another streamer recommended it to me. So I did that. Beautiful. Wow. Wow. These like pressed up real nice. They look good. They look good. Is this ceiling? Am I like waiting for this light to go off? Did I actually press the button? Yeah, okay, it is. It just took a while. There you go. This is what a cookie package is going to look like when it comes to your house. Or wherever it is that you provide me an address for. I should also note, I guess I should mention that, like, I'm going to write your screen name on the box unless you tell me a different name to write. And it doesn't have to be your name. So take that for what it's worth. Some folks have been pleasantly surprised before when a box showed up at their house where other people live with a weird name on it. And they had some explaining to do. Which I thought was kind of funny. I'm doing a three cookie package this time. I thought about doing 2, but I think these are just on the small side, and so I don't want it. Now this is another. You know how I was saying earlier? I was like, oh, you know, I don't want to make a cookie that feels like low effort, right? I also don't want to send 2 tiny cookies. That's more. I think that's something I concern myself about more, is the size of the cookies, more so than the actual nature of their type. But these look really good. And they came out nicely. I love the powdered sugar on here. It's a really nice little touch. These are crumb cake cookies, so they very much do taste like crumb cake, which is a thing that I've been very much eating recently. I've encountered crumb cake multiple times in the past like couple weeks, and so when Liz posted it in Discord, I was like, it's meant to be. Cohen says no one gets to have a negative opinion about free cookies. I mean, I don't. you can feel free to not enjoy them. That is, whether or not you enjoy them, I have no control over. I also don't have control over whether or not anyone feels entitled to any part of that. I do try to make it consistent, though. I don't want to give folks a negative. I don't want folks to be like, oh, last month's cookies look so much better. Because honestly, you know, not every cookie can be your favorite. This is how it goes. I think of all the cookies that we've done for Cookie Club, I definitely have some that have been favorites, though. My personal favorites. Some of the, I think my personal favorite one might have been the bourbon sugar, the double chocolate bourbon sugar cookies. Lizzie says, I've been making a bunch of cookies that I don't get to eat. Yes. That's funny. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that scenario. I just made, you know, a bunch of cookies today. I'm going to eat some of them, but it's about receiving them. I like that, Sofa. Thank you. Yeah, the chocolate bourbon ones I really liked. I liked the ones from last year that were like the blueberry pecan coconut. They were like a weird combination of things that turned out really well. The creamsicle ones were particularly good. See, as organized a person as I am, I have not kept up with keeping track of what cookies got sent out every month. So I know I have a partial list. There was a partial list I posted in Discord at some point, like months ago. No, it was a complete list. Sorry, it was a complete list at the time. It is a partial list now because we've moved well past that. But I really, honestly, I'd have to look at the thing to make a judgment on which of the other ones might have been a favorite. Savory Sailor, thank you. The first month, it's funny, the first month I made cookies for Cookie Club, we did the drawing, we did a drawing, I notified people, and I sent one package of cookies the first month. I remember that. I remember feeling like weird. It was like, oh, nobody really wanted these. And then like the next month, I think I sent like 12. So it took like, I think it took like a little bit of like, oh, okay, these are actually not going to kill. Like one person was brave and got them first and they didn't die. So everyone else was like, great, we can do this now. How do they taste? Liz asks. They taste great. They are very much like, they really do honor like a crumb cake vibe. They're soft, a little soft. They're a little cake-like. They're not as soft as like a crumb cake, you know, a regular crumb cake. Although some crumb cakes, I like a crumb cake that's a little moist. The ones that are dry, that crumble apart, that literally crumble apart in your mouth, no good. I think these are really. They turned out really, for as easy as they were to make, they turned out really well. Caleb, love the camo shirt. It's giving trade. As in I am in the trades. Valid. The vacuum sealer sucks. But tis, it does. Sometimes it chooses not to. But listen, we all have our days. Okay, tray 1 is done. It's weird seeing white gloves and a yellow hat. It is. And an apron that's sort of just floating disparately in the middle of the ether. Tray number 2. 1, Yeah, these came out really well. I'm happy with them. And I also have a whole bunch in the freezer too. They're a lot smaller. I will say they're a lot smaller than I was expecting them to be. Like, I would say they're half the size that I thought they were going to be. I don't know why, but I just, you know, I was anticipating them being larger, which I guess you could make them larger if you just, you know, made them large when you were rolling them. But I was following directions, so. What if you were to incorporate lemon or raspberry curd? That would be delicious. I love a lemon curd. I raspberry curd too, but lemon curd's more common. Liz, we're gonna do pasta for dinner. So I have a big pot of water on the stove behind me. It's relatively hot. Once I am finished packing these cookies, I'm gonna turn the water up again. We're gonna do I think it's rigatoni that I have in there. I forget. But basically I'm gonna cut up some asparagus and peas. We're gonna blanch those and then make a quick sauce with a little bit of a shallot, garlic, saute, butter, add the vegetables, add the pasta, add some white miso, call it a night. Say she cooks at high altitude. You know what? It did say that. You're right. It definitely did say that. Trade is slang for straight passing crew. Well, hey. I appreciate you trading the information. That's not how that phrasing works at all. It's yes. This is my Butch shirt. This is my I'm going to Home Depot shirt. This is my let's go camping and not arouse any suspicions. And I said this earlier, it also just fits nicely. I like the way it fits me, so it's also just very comfortable. So there's that. Interesting. Have not heard that term before. Not offended by it. Yeah, the chocolate ones were great. I was worried about those days. I was very worried that they would be like, well, the worry that I had with those was that it would be like super bourbony and that people just wouldn't like that because bourbon is not a flavor that everyone loves, right? Like, I love bourbon. I don't drink it anymore, but I do love the flavor of it. And if I was going to drink again, it would probably just be like a glass of whiskey every week, like one, like, you know, I'd probably just have like that. So I was looking forward to them for myself, and also apprehensive that folks may not like them if they were super bourbony, you know. Why, yes, I do know what I'm doing in this hardware store. I'm asking for help. That's what I'm doing, because I don't know shit. That's always what I'm doing in the hardware store. That's not true. I should give myself a little bit more credit. I'm capable, I'm not willing, and there's a difference. I don't like doing that type of activity. SoFluff is the resident handy person. I think between SoFluff and Mix and a few other folks on the channel, if I ever really like needed like a bunch of household things, I know who my crew's gonna be. Valuation cap saver so that's really funny. That is definitely a dad joke. I believe valuation cap is the amount of money that a company is supposed to be worth or valued at. Is that the? Am I understanding that correctly? I get the joke. I get why it's funny. I just forget exactly what that term means. We're almost finished with this packing. These are honestly, these are going along great. I really was really upset a couple months ago when like the sealer was just like not working consistently. But moving to doing the packages in 2 separate stages was smart. The maximum amount you buy shares at. Okay. I have money in stocks, but I don't know what it's doing. I don't do anything with it. I don't manage it. I want to make $5 million on an investment. I don't want to put that much money in. Sokla says, I get really annoyed when men who aren't employees ask me if I need help in the hardware store. Yeah, I don't have that problem. But I'm the one that needs the asking. And it's not, there's nothing about that statement shocks me. Not you getting annoyed at it, or the fact that people just ask and assume. I don't know anything about that type of stuff. I don't know anything about cars or motors or engines or any of that. My favorite is when we have people who come to the house and like do work. Right, do like a little, like we just had some folks come and put a door on, like put like a wall in a one room that wasn't there, but like handyman type of shit. Because I'm not, and I always love when they like explain to me what they were doing or what's wrong, and I'm just like, okay. Or I love it when I take the car to the dealership. And they like start talking to me about like some tie-in rods or some shit like that. And I'm like, sir, I have never opened the hood of this car. Thanks. Does it work? Did I pay you? Goodbye. Thank you. I know more than you. Well, I mean, yeah, if we're in certain stores, I would know more than some people, but not any of those. Flowers and garden section, Baker says, feel free to ask. We love that. Tie rods. I don't know. It was the first car. Sure. It was like literally a car term that I think I remembered from listening to Car Talk with Click and Clack, the Tappert brothers on WEGH Boston or whatever, like 15 years ago. Do not quote me on the car part that I mentioned when I was making fun of myself for not knowing anything about cars. Sometimes that guy at West Marine. If you know, you know. If you do know things, it can be helpful. The tie rods turn the wheels. The more you know. See, this is what I need, the comment thing that just goes across the top. I love that show. What show was that? That was Parks and Rec. Yeah, I gotta replace the blinker fluid. Exactly. Listen, as long as they don't charge me for shit like replacing the blinker fluid, we're cool. That's why I take the car to the dealership, because it's under warranty. They don't give a shit. It's actually not under warranty anymore, which came up recently and was annoying, and there was problems that they explained to me in great depth that I did not understand. I don't want to know about cars. I don't want to know about engines. And I'm not going to learn. Stealership. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'd be an easy mark at any sort of like independent. I don't know. I'd be an easy mark at any sort of auto place because I don't know anything. Like I don't even know the right questions to ask. You know, it's fine, and I'm not like lamenting that fact. It's just a fact. I don't know anything about the things. 2 years ago, fun fact. Here's a fun thing. 2 years ago, 2 years ago yesterday was the or yesterday. Here's a fun story. Yesterday was the 2-year anniversary of my car catching on fire while I was driving it. Smoke and flames pouring out of the hood as I was driving to go camping. I was lucky because my dad was camping with us that weekend. It was myself and Calvin and my dad. And my dad was like, I forget if he was in front of me or following me or whatever. But he was basically like, oh shit, your car's on fire. You got smoke coming out. Like, fix it, fix it. What ended up happening was one of the tubes that has some of the liquid that goes somewhere in the car had split, had like a hole in it basically, and the liquid is spraying out onto the engine. It wasn't the fuel. I think it was maybe it's whatever goes into the antifreeze. It was antifreeze. That's what it was. Because it was like green. Anyway, that caught fire when it like touched the engine. So that was fun. I was camping. I dumped my 25-gallon water bucket on my engine. How did it catch fire? Because it was July, and I think it just combusted. Is it flammable? Yeah, it melted the underside of the car. Car talk was fun, wasn't it, Phoenix? You don't even need to know anything about cars. It was just fun to listen to. Ports, welcome in. The More You Know is the animation originally from NBC's PSA. The More You Know is the name of the programming block airing weekly on NBC that examines social, cultural, and international issues. I'm looking for the animation specifically. Yeah, antifreeze can catch on fire. I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing to dump all that water on the car, but it put it out. And we ended up, what did we end up doing? My dad, like I said, my dad was with me, so he ended up, I think we ended up like duct taping the tube back together, limping into the campsite, and he went, because he was driving too, he went to like the closest AutoZone the next day and just like picked up the part and just replaced it in the campsite and was like, that was easy. And I was like, oh my god, my hero. But really, truly. Anyway, I have AAA now, so I have AAA now, so I really don't need any of that. People assume you read every book if you work at Barnes & Noble. Right. You met me with 2 home improvements books and was like, which one did you find more helpful? Caleb, be like, yeah, let me look at the prices. That one. No, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes you just got to be like, listen, I don't know shit. Put out a fire however you can. Yeah, so that was my thought. I'm like, I got out of the car. I opened the hood. I looked in the hood. I saw flames rising upward. I went to the back of the car. I got out my giant water jug. I uncapped it, went back, and just poured the whole thing on the engine. And it went out. It did. It put it right out. It was like, done. No problem. What a surreal experience. I did not take a video of it. I'm not zoomer enough to have. My first instinct was not to pull out my phone. My first instinct was to go get the water. But it was funny. I mean, we were camping and it was in June and it was hot, and I will absolutely remember that trip for a long time. Also, it was a good one because I was with my dad, and I was with my dad and with Calvin, and that's always really nice when we do those. I feel like I haven't done as many of those types of trips as I would in my heart of hearts like to do, but I appreciated it in that moment. And I appreciated in that moment that he was relatively calm about the whole thing. And, you know, I don't want to say like knew what to do, but was also like not panicked about it. Cyborg says, our truck caught fire in the Exodus line trying to get out of Burning Man. Oh, God. Spontaneously, or was there some like cause that you later found? It's weird. It was weird because I was driving, so like the smoke sort of dissipates across the windshield. You don't see it. And so I think it was like smoking behind the car or something like that. And he was like, hey, I think your car is smoking. Not good. Transmission fluid leaked at 100+ degrees. Yeah, that'll do it. And then your engine's hot. So like, you know, it touches your engine and just combusts. At least that's what I'm pretty sure that's what happened to mine. Fire extinguishers, hell yeah. Fortunately for me, we were on the way to go camping. If I'd have been on the way home, I would not have had that water in the car. Like I would not have been able to put that fire out. Because when we finish camping, I dump the water out onto the fire to make sure it's completely out before leaving the campsite. Okay, we're putting the vacuum sealer back in the cabinet, and I might as well put the mixer in while I'm under here because they go in the same place, or not the same place. It'd be weird if they occupied the exact same space. That'd be some sort of like time-space continuum anomaly. Anyway, we're gonna put them next to each other where they go in the cabinet, right behind the food processor, next to the toaster, sort of near the blender. All right. Pause before I bring that back over. Cookies are done, y'all. We're finished. Cookies are baked and packaged completely. All I have to do tonight is put them in the pre-assembled boxes and seal them up. The exhaust manifold. Yes, it was exactly that. That is what it was. I think that's what they said, too. I remember going to the... I do remember going to the dealership the next time after that happened to get some sort of, like, routine, whatever. And the guy was like, did something happen? The guy's like, he's like trying to question me. And I was like, are you asking me why the bottom of the car is melted? He was like, yeah. It's like, yes. Then I explained the whole thing. Phoenix says, I feel like in those situations, if your first instinct is to pull out your phone for anything other than calling for help, you need to re-examine your priorities. Well, true. And your thought might also be something along the lines of, well, I might not see this again, or I need to document this for insurance purposes. Car fire extinguisher. I know. I've since considered it. I've also since reconsidered the dumping out of the water at the campsite. I don't always do that anymore. But here we go. Cookies packaged, ready to go out. And we'll package those up a little later tonight. After stream. Actually packaging them is the only thing I don't do on stream because the boxes have people's addresses on them, and we're not going to do that on stream. Just like I don't write the boxes on stream. There's certain parts of it that just don't happen on stream. There's a generation of Ford cars, Savory says, where they ran one of the fuel lines near the exhaust manifold and they did a recall catching fire. Yeah, I bet. You put a bunch of combustible shit in a line that's really next to something that's really hot. Like that just seems like a very distinct lack of foresight. Okay, I'm gonna turn this water back up. Okay. Let me wash my hands. They're a little sticky. It's funny. I hear Gwen downstairs. She's playing Fortnite, and it must be a little bit difficult because she's yelling. a high pressure pinhole leak. Yeah, or like, you know, any type of, you know, it gets bumped or corrodes, yeah, anything over time. And this is why I prefer walking places, because my feet don't usually catch on fire. Although yesterday I walked over a freshly laid down asphalt like 10 minutes later. That was hot. It was wild. Did y'all hear that? Port says, you're walking down Nostalgia Road. Great music. Reminded of old tales of my youth. Nice. That's nice, Port. It's nice to have that space. I don't think I'm going to use these peas. Like, I want to, but I'm going to have chunky asparagus in here. I don't think I also want chunky peas. I've got regular peas. So I think we're just going to eat these. I have some hummus in the fridge. So I think I'm just going to make these a snack as opposed to including them in dinner. And also they'll last for a while in the fridge. So they're good. I don't need to use them today. That's the point I'm trying to make. So herbs and asparagus. I am going to use this roasted garlic because I want to. And if I end up wanting to make those garlic cookies tomorrow, I will roast more garlic. So. Smell of fresh asphalt. You know, I actually didn't even notice the smell. I don't have a good sense of smell though, so that's not weird. It's not odd to me that the smell didn't even register. An old nickname and you blushed. Uh-oh, dare we ask? Is it suitable? Okay. What am I going to put the asparagus in? I used that larger bowl for something. Not a bad nickname. Well, if you're, I'm always curious. All right, that should be enough for the asparagus. Let me remember to salt my pasta water. Do I even have salt? Oh, right. I forgot. I need to get some regular, like, table salt. I keep using this kosher salt, and it's not great, but I am using it for both the blanching and the pasta, so it's worth using. But I really do need to get some regular old table salt so that I can not have to use kosher salt for that. Friar Tuck. Friar Tuck was badass though. That's a good one. And I do know Robin Hood. Caleb, I did say garlic cookies. So I've been working on a recipe for garlic butter cookies for a while. It's this. Currently, it's in a really not a great state. It's sort of like a bunch of different like notes and things. So I'm pretty sure I have like a final. I'm pretty sure I have a final. Like I'm feeling good that where we've arrived in the most recent iteration of this is the final stop. I do need to write it up though. You know, I sat down yesterday to write it up and I ended up doing something entirely different. I was like, I'm going to write this recipe, and I just didn't. I did something else that was productive and food related, so not all bad, but it wasn't the it wasn't the productive moment that I was really hoping it would be. Okay, cutting the bottom off of the asparagus. I'm not saving the asparagus for stock because asparagus is not great in stock. Which Robin Hood? Yeah. Always a good question. Whenever someone says Robin Hood to me, my first Robin Hood, the first Robin Hood that comes to mind is the animated one with the fox. Because I feel like that's the first one I experienced. I am going to be super honest with y'all, and some of y'all are going to be like, are you kidding me? Some of you might leave. There might be some wailing and gnashing of teeth, and that's okay if this is your reaction. But I've never seen Robin Hood Men in Tights. I understand that it's funny and good and perhaps even worth watching, but if you've hung out here during any other conversation about popular culture, it should not surprise you that I have not seen it. Headstrong, cocksure. What a turn of phrase that is. It's so virile. So you haven't seen it either? Good. Good. Jamie, you too? Yes. 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 Amazing. I'm not the only one. There's just a lot of movies I haven't seen. The next movie, I've been wanting to watch a movie lately. I forget the name of it. I wrote it down. Raising Arizona, maybe? Something like that. I don't remember. Velos, it's going great. We finished the cookies. The cookies are finished and they're packaged. Like they're done. They're done. Cookie portion of stream is completely over. Cookies do not need anything else. So that's excellent. And now we're working toward, very quickly working toward dinner. My goal is and remains to have dinner on the table at 19:30. That is 35 minutes from now. Brits, you've seen every version of the Robin Hood movie. Well, maybe that's also where the nickname came from. Like, this guy fucking loves it. Never seen Dirty Dancing. I have also never seen Dirty Dancing. This is a fun movie. This is a fun game. You can just name movies and I'll tell you that I haven't seen them from now until the end of stream. Gwen is starving. And I said we're gonna have dinner at 7:30. It'll be ready. It will be ready. I know it doesn't look like it will be ready at 7:30, but all of this is super quick to finish here. Coen, yeah, Coen Brothers movie. Exactly. I had a friend recently be like, "You should see this." Well, they need to be delivered. That is true. They have not yet been delivered, but we are getting there. Fellas, haven't given dinner much thought. I've been thinking about dinner, conversely, all day. With Errol Flynn, I've definitely not seen that one either. I did Dirty Dancing. Does that count, fellas? Yeah. It does. It does. Okay, a few herbs. I'm gonna chop some herbs, some tomatoes, and shred some cheese, and then we'll be ready. And again, I think I'm just going to blanch these vegetables super quick. Maybe like a 2 or 3 minute blanch. We're going to take them out, we'll put the pasta right in, and then while the pasta is cooking, we'll get the rest of the sauce together. And then we'll probably, hopefully, and ideally just take the pasta from the pot and put it directly into a pan with the sauce ready to go. And the vegetables. I'm going to move this popcorn over yonder. All right. Herbs, tomatoes, cheese. That's it. And then the end of these herbs. So let's get I'm gonna cut both ends of the herbs off. We'll save this in my scrap bowl, and then the scrap bowl is just going to go in the freezer at the end. I really am trying to get dinner on the table at 19:30 today. I don't want to be too much later than that. Ideally, I'd like to get dinner on the table just a few minutes before that, because there is for folks who are in the new Food and Drink Club, there is a Q&A session at 8 p.m. this evening that I would like to go to, because I didn't get to go to the one that was earlier in the day because I was live. So, I'd like to get to that if I can, which means I'd like to start eating at 19:30. It's honestly, kind of a tall order at the moment. So, Q&A for what? Gwen says it is a Q&A about like what the club is, what you can do, who's involved, what the benefit is. Because it's a new community. Not the food and drink community is not new, but because Twitch is now offering a formal place for the community, it comes with additional things essentially that Twitch is going to provide to that community / club. And so the Q&A session is really like just a sort of like, what is it? For new members, because the Food and Drink Club is brand new. So it hasn't been established yet. Haven't had any like events or any of that stuff. But oh, Twitch stuff. I don't care. Carry on. Oh, F you. Carry on yourself then. Fellas, the other half of the yard will probably still need mowed tomorrow. For what it's worth. If you're really looking for an excuse, then I can give you one. But yeah, ideally, I'd love to start eating at 7:30 and then be able to kind of slide over to that and hang out for a little bit. Okay, water's boiling. That looks good. Let's drop the vegetables in there. I need somewhere to put them when they come out. Here we go. I'm not gonna like put them in the I'm not gonna put them in here and then put them in ice water at the end. I'm just gonna like take them out because I don't really need or care about the ice water, honestly. So let's drop these. Okay, let's drop these asparagus, spears, peas, and tips all in at the same time. Let's set a timer for 2 minutes and we'll get them out of there just the moment that goes off. While that's going, grate this cheese and that will be pretty good. So once those vegetables come out of that water, once they come out, we will put the pasta in. And where's my stock bag? Shoot! Stock bag is full. Stock bag number 2. 75 and 87. Yeah, there's a big difference. If you don't get out early in the morning, I promise you the lawn will also still be growing on Thursday. Only takes a single glass of wine for a hangover reports. I feel that. I don't, because I don't drink. But before I stopped drinking, it was definitely I was definitely hitting the point where I would feel really crappy if I had like 2 beers in a night. tasty spaghetti sauce, bacon and sausage, garlic, onion, bell peppers, crushed tomatoes. Super. Lasagna's in the oven and kitchen is clean, so forth. Congratulations. What's next? A bad headache. Yeah. I don't love having to deal with any of that. All right. Oh, that's my 2 minutes. So let's finish grating this cheese because I'm almost done. And all right, almost done. Almost done. The lawn never stops growing. Yeah, I know that's true. One of the things that I hated most about my entire childhood was having to mow the lawn every week when I was a kid. It's like as soon as my mom got to the point where she didn't have to mow, where I was like capable of not only starting the mower, but also like using the mower, she never mowed the lawn again. And I hated that. I hated mowing the lawn. I hated mowing the lawn. I hated picking up leaves. I hated raking. Shoveling snow wasn't always that bad. I think of all of the tasks, that one was the one that I actually enjoyed the most. But the other ones were just no thanks. Okay. Let's get these out of the water here. We're going to use a spider. I'm going to use a spider and just toss these into a bowl because these are certainly cooked at this point, I think. And if not, then they are going to just be a little chewier. That is all the more cooking that they're getting from me. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so these are out. They're bright green and beautiful, which we love. We're going to take the pasta and dump that right in. And we're going to start a new timer. How long does this say? Cooking time, 12 minutes. Great. We're just doing a box of rigatoni. Start my timer. 12:00 start. So if you didn't mind knowing, because it was a ride on. Ports, apricot wine sounds great. I don't drink anymore, but I love trying stuff. I'll always like, if you have like a fun liquor or like beer or something, you know, Gwen will be like, try this. And I'll be like, okay. Baker, you had to sharpen the blades. That, fortunately, I did not do. We always took the mower to like some hardware store in town, and they sharpened the blades. And that was like a once a year thing. Okay, so slice the tomatoes, and then we'll get started with the sauce. My timer is going for my pasta. Yeah, so let's get these tomatoes cut up. Tomatoes cut. And then we're going to take a real quick break here before we come back and finish what we're doing today. The tomatoes I am not cooking. By the way, I'm going to add the tomatoes in with just a little bit of salt on them at the end. So I kind of want the tomatoes are going to be like fresh. And I'm quartering them, so they're no cooking on the tomatoes today. These are Sun Gold tomatoes. They're my favorite type of small, like cherry style tomato. And I love them raw. And so that's what we're doing today. We're just going to have pasta with some cooked greens and raw yellows. Hold on. Where are we? There we go. Phyllis, you had a lawn mowing business. Absolutely hate it now. Yeah, I feel like as you get older, you're just like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. I just knew that I knew that I hated it from the jump. The yard that I had when I was a kid was also like filled with trees. And there was a lot of leaves and etc. Jamie, you love the DiCicco pasta? I do too. I like the DiCicco. DiCicco pasta seems to come in a variety of like interesting shapes. That's how I try alcohol pour, it says, just trying a little random. Yeah, I like I said, I don't drink, but I don't like, I avoid drinking like in a large amount, but if someone offers me something, like I'm not going to have a whole glass of something, right? I don't want a whole glass of wine, but I'll try a sip of your wine if you're telling me that it's really good, because I do love flavor, you know? Ooh, Surfel said I had a fantastic NA beverage. The brand was Edna's. It was a mule. Excellent. Like those Moscow Mule takeoffs or like pre-mixed, like a pre-mixed cocktail, right? I think that's what they call them, like a batched cocktail. Saint Agrestis, I know, is a big brand that does those now. Ports, you enjoyed mowing specific patterns. That's funny. I for like a month I worked for a landscaping company and did a lot of different like mowing and edging. And it was kind of wild because they were very particular about like the style of things. I was also in these neighborhoods that were like really rich ass neighborhoods. Like these people had like money and they would complain if their yard didn't have like the right type of lines in it. And so, yeah, I think it's fun, but I'm also like, there's certain people out in the world who like need it to be that way. All right. Kathy, back late. I finished the cookies. We did. I'll show them to you in a moment. I'll hold up a little bag. So we finished making them and packaging them, and now I'm almost finished making dinner. We're real close. We're real close to being finished with dinner. I decided not to do, no, I am going to do a little bit of a shallot in here because that's enough tomato. And I have 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes left on this pasta. So we're gonna do that. We're also gonna take a quick break here. Actually, let's take a quick break right now while this pasta's cooking, because once this is done, I'm not gonna want to do anything new. Meaning I'm not gonna want to take a break. So we're gonna take a quick break for Words on Stream now. It'll be the last break of the stream. It'll be 3 minutes long. If you're not familiar with the format, we do 2 games of Words on Stream and 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. And if you don't like Twitch ads, there's a link in YouTube. Link in chat to YouTube. You can go subscribe there where there are no ads. Anyway, all right, here comes a 3-minute Words on Stream situation. I'll be back. Yeah, fellas, that's a lot of work to do any of that. Wrong kind of lines in the yard, Phoenix says. Yeah, the wrong kind of, like, getting yelled at over the wrong lines being cut into your yard is, like, not a thing that I'm interested in pursuing in my professional pursuits. Okay, Words on Stream. Here comes 3 minutes worth of ads. In that time,
Hi.
what am I going to do?
Welcome to another edition of
What am I going to do in that
Commercials I
time? I just said something. I'm going to cut up a shallot. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Because I can cut up a shallot in less than 6 minutes, and I can saute it, and then that will be, there will be an aromatic in my dish, and that will make me happy. Because I'm not cutting up any garlic. That is not in the cards today. We're going to use that roasted garlic from last week. Is that ad running? It is. Okay. And then I've got 4 minutes left on my pasta. 4.5 minutes left on my pasta. Perfect. We're almost there, y'all. We're almost there. Wow. Was that a completed board? That was quick. That was yeah, that was definitely. I don't even need to look. I don't even need to look. There's 2 minutes left on the ad. Y'all crushed one in under a minute. See, sometimes they're frustrating, and sometimes it's just like boom, boom, boom. We love it. Okay, fine diced shallot, really finely diced, so that this only needs a moment or two to saute, because I don't want to have to wait for any of this to cook. That's not a good look. Olive oil, salt, pepper, lemon. What else am I putting in here? Miso, white miso. That will go in along with the. I'm going to add the butter, and the butter, lemon, oil, and miso first. We'll mix that in. We'll fry the shallot in that. Then we'll add whatever else is ready. Okay. Beautiful. Shallot is cut up. Rinse my hands. Pasta is going. Definitely not ready yet, but we're getting there. I am okay. So in the interim, while we are waiting for this ad to finish, I'm going to start my olive oil in my pan on the back of the stove. I'm not usually into doing things while the ads are running, but I feel like I want to right now because I want to stick it. Okay, got a little oil in there. Hey, we're done. That was most certainly the last of the words on stream for today. Congrats, finishing strong. 2 boards in a row. Love to see it. Wrong camera. There we go. Right camera, but now there's more of them. Okay, while that was happening, I chopped up a shallot, I stirred the pasta, and I am going to take the shallot. Let's come over here. We're gonna move this camera over to this pot, and we're going to start sauteing the shallot. So I put some oil in my pan, I turned it on. It's just at the point where we are hitting the saute level. So I'm gonna give this a stir. This should be, I'm only gonna do this, I'm like gonna cook this for like a minute before I add other stuff. Right, other stuff to it. You know what I'm actually going to do? Speaking of adding other stuff, I'm going to take some of this white miso and mix it with just like a little tiny bit of the pasta water so that it dissolves and incorporates, because otherwise it's just going to be like little chunks of miso. Let's go to game over. Oh, did I not? Did I clear it too quick? I'm sorry. I generally don't. I don't like doing. I feel you. I don't always love doing that. I didn't realize that I'd cleared it too quickly. I'm sorry. Genuinely. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit of hot water to this. I'm going to take a whisk, and we're just going to mix until this is dissolved. 2 perfect games. Oh, you wanted to do a third. You know, I keep thinking I want to have a redeem for channel points that pulls up a game, or that is just like play a game of words on stream, because some folks enjoy it and don't want to wait the whole time. All right, timer's going off for my pasta. What else needs to go in the pan? Butter. So I'm going to add, let's see, I'm going to add 4 tablespoons of butter to this, because we're making a sauce primarily out of butter and oil. So I'm adding the butter in there, a little bit more oil. We'll let that melt down, and then we'll add the... What are we going to add to this? Yeah, we'll add the garlic. So we have roasted garlic going in. The garlic is already cooked, ready to go. Otherwise, I would have added it at the beginning to help it saute. Low-key addicted. Ports, that makes sense. Chris, welcome back. Kind of nice to be off a little bit impromptu, I imagine. I mean, other than the fact that you don't get paid, maybe. Other than that... Okay, let's add the... Oh. Add the miso that I just mixed up. So there's a little bit of water in there. It's kind of watery, but it'll be fine once I put everything else in. All right. Don't mind if I miss a day or two, Chris. That's good. That is good. If you're not like stressing about it and you get a free day off, like hell yeah, enjoy that shit. That's what's up. All right. So this is good. We're going to add the pasta in here now. So I'm just taking the pasta directly out of the pot that it's in. Hold on. We can do this. We have the power. Whoop. Apparently too much power. Sorry for all of the shaking around. I'm going to turn this down. So I'm just taking the rigatoni directly out of the pot and plopping it in here. I'm not using a colander because I don't think I need to. I don't need to, clearly. And then we're going to give this a big old stir. I'm probably going to put a little bit more butter in here, if I'm guessing. I've got some water in this pan that I may end up also adding. But I'm basically now going to take this and just stir it. Couple pieces of rigatoni escaping. Totally normal, totally okay. Yeah. Fuck. Noodles are jumping. I can't have too many noodles escape or else it's not going to be a good look. Yeah, the rigatoni likes to go out of this pot is not a good one for mixing pasta in this capacity. Yeah, it's either coming out onto the stove. All right, I'm going to add a bunch of twists of black pepper. I'm going to yell at Calvin to let him know dinner's coming up momentarily. Hold on. Okay, Calvin has been informed. All right, a little bit of that, little pepper. I'm going to add my herbs to this. A little bit of salt. Thanks, Kathy. It does look good. I'm looking. It's looking good. I am going to add a little bit of lemon to this. Fiona, welcome in. So just a little bit of lemon. I should have added this with the sauce earlier. It's okay. I didn't, and it will be fine just the way it is, just like you. Miso back in the fridge. Adding some salt to these tomatoes that I forgot earlier. Forgot to salt those, meant to salt those. Let's give those a stir. All right. Also, I was going to add some cheese to this. So I'm going to add a little bit of that cheese. Some pasta. Here's what I'm going to add. I'm going to add some pasta water. So a little bit of water just to make it glossy. I'm going to add a little bit of the cheese, the Parmesan that I sliced earlier. I'm going to turn it up so that this water that I just added steams off pretty quick. And a little bit of this pasta, a little bit of this Parmesan that I cut up. I'm going to save some of that for sprinkling on the top. So let's add that, incorporate, add the herbs, incorporate, dinner's done. All right. Yeah, super simple. Nothing complicated, just pasta and some fresh greens from the fridge. All right, herbs going in next. A whole big bowl of herbs. These are going in last. And so this is now complete. This is now complete. Mike, welcome in. Good to have you. The man with the pants. Reese McCoy, welcome. Whiskey, welcome. Pixielicious, welcome. Hello. We are just finishing up dinner. Or finishing up making dinner. We haven't eaten anything yet. This has been a two-part stream today. Welcome in. Let me be over with you in just a moment to say a formal hello. I'm finishing stirring all of this, and then we're gonna come say hi. Are you streaming food? I'm assuming you're streaming food. Would make sense if you were streaming food. Mike was streaming food and drink. Welcome in. What'd you make? What was on your food agenda this evening or day? What was on your food agenda for stream today? Better question, better phrased. All right, the liquid is now gone from the bottom of this pan. Everything is nice and glossy and tight. So let's get this off the heat and back to our counter. Come back to the counter over here, and we're going to be putting this in bowls. Holy shit, that was hot. Don't do that. That was not a good idea. Found Mike making tasty food. Nice. Chicken saltimbocca, polenta, and spinach. That sounds like a nice menu. This is a really nice dinner. I like a good like weeknight dinner stream. That's my favorite type of food stream because it's like the most familiar to me. Well, thanks for bringing friends through. It's nice to have you all. Welcome. This stream is I would say primarily food. I would say three out of every 4 streams that we do are food related, and the fourth one is IRL. So generally speaking, we're doing food on this channel. Usually it's family meals. I cook for myself and the family. Mostly weeknight dinners and mostly vegetable forward stuff. IRLs we do out and about in Philadelphia, and then other cities and other what's the term? Just outdoor, like generalized outdoor stuff. We've done some campfire cooking. We've done some hiking before. We do a lot of urban exploration primarily for the IRL streams. So that is what you're going to find here. And it's nice to have you. Welcome in. Reese McCord, thank you for the gift subscription. I appreciate that. I only do 1 day a week, but I'm a chef, so I try to teach people as well. I'm going to start doing a teaching stream soon. Yeah, 1 day a week is good. And you know what's awesome? Is you don't need to stream all that much. It's just like, I've found this too, Mike, because I stream like twice a week, mostly. And some folks stream once a week. So like Whiskey, who suggested the raid, and thank you, streams, once a week. But like the thing is just having a schedule. To me, that's the more important of any of the things. It's just like, if you're streaming once a week, make sure the people who hang out know what time you're streaming. I think that's great. I think people who stream constantly all the time, I don't understand it, one, but I also just like don't have the time to do it. So there's also that. Okay, dinner's ready. Softy, welcome in. Yeah, Whiskey, but you'll stream like you'll stream like a long form stream, and then it's like, folks know you're going to be live. It's like, hey, it's Saturday or Sunday or whatever. Like, what are we doing? Which is cool. If you're not streaming every day, if you're just consistent with some of it, I think that in the long run, that helps the most. 6 p.m. every Tuesday. Perfect. Well, if you, I'm sure perhaps Whiskey Monster mentioned that we do have a food and drink club, Command Club, I think, or maybe CC, in chat. If you are interested in support from other food and drink streamers, perfect. Great. Gwen, I will not put tomatoes on yours. Gwen's over here at the edge of the counter, like, fiending. Chris says I only do 1 a week as well. The important thing is that you have the capacity to do it in a sustainable schedule. I agree with you completely. Yeah, and I was saying, mostly my schedule these days is like I stream, I'll stream like twice a week. Usually Tuesday and Thursday. This week it's going to be Tuesday, Wednesday. But usually twice a week is pretty much the cadence. Okay, I'm going to move these boxes off the table. Let's recap on what we actually accomplished on stream today. This is for me, that's for Gwen, that's for Calvin. All right. Want to see dinner? No tomatoes on yours either, Pixelicious? No problem. That's why I put them on the top. They're just like the end, no? Okay. Here's what we made for dinner tonight. Dinner tonight is rigatoni. The rigatoni has a butter and white miso sauce with shallot, asparagus, peas, dill, chive, and butter. Lots of butter. There's also some sun gold tomatoes on there and Parmesan cheese. So it looks pretty good. Pretty happy with it. In addition to this today, we made a bunch of cookies for our cookie club. Here they are. They are crumb cake cookies. So if you were a cookie club recipient this month, one of these packages has your name on it. Not literally. but figuratively. Let's give this a try, and then we gotta get out of here. Yeah, he says 3. Yeah, sometimes they were just on the side of small, so I wanted to make 3, so it wasn't. If I got a package with two cookies in it of that size, I would be like, these are kind of small.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
The backup.
I love the miso in that.
Miso.
This is great. My favorite thing about rigatoni is when you get like asparagus spears inside of the rigatoni.
Clearly want to go like close to the and
Beautiful.
the ball clearly went in goal.
That is super tasty, and I'm really happy. I'm really happy with how that turned out. Yeah, Kathy, we love miso. What did I make miso? Oh, the other day, Liz suggested, one of our moderators, where we were talking about sauces, just like sauce in general, was talking about using miso in the salad dressing, and I've had it in my head since then. So it's kind of it's probably going to be a theme. I'm not going to lie, which is good because, like, you know. Okay, let's see. Who is streaming? We're going to look in the food and drink category. I want to keep it in the category because we've been streaming. One of my favorite streamers, friend of the stream, fellow Philly human. I'm not a sports fan, but go Birds. Is streaming, so we are going to raid over to Mishmish in the adventures of the Not So Tiny Kitchen. Mishmish has been streaming live. She's been live now for almost an hour, so it's in the middle of the we're coming in midstream, so not towards the end, not towards the beginning, but right at the perfect time. And I am going to go sit and eat dinner, so I am going to do a little bit of lurking, as one does. But let's start this raid. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is earlier in the day. It's at 11 a.m. Probably 11 to 3 is the goal. We're gonna do a food stream again tomorrow. I don't really know what we're cooking. Probably something with strawberries. Definitely gonna be cooking tomorrow though. So. If you want to follow elsewhere on the internet, there's some links to social media. Discord is the best place to actually message me and get a response. Not that I will respond in anything that resembles a timely manner, but anyway. YouTube, I would love a subscription if you are a YouTube consumer. It is very helpful, and that's great. What else? Any other things? Yeah, no, we'll be live tomorrow. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you got cookies this month and you are expecting a package, I am going to be sending those tomorrow morning, so we'll be back. They should be, if you live in the continental United States, they should be there by the weekend, and if you live in Canada, good luck. They will get there eventually. Anyway, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging out today. It's been a really good stream. Let's go say hi to Mishmish. I'm going to lurk a little bit, and we'll catch you tomorrow, and if I don't see you tomorrow, I'm going to see you in chat at some point. Okay, I think that's it. Bye.
Okay, bye now.